Beneath the clear blue waters of the Mediterranean lie treasures of ancient empires, relics of their bloody wars, and secrets of the seismic forces that shaped them, lost beneath the waves. Until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans, and turning accurate data into 3D images. This time, what apocalyptic disaster triggered the collapse of Europe's first civilization? Can an extraordinary 2,500-year-old shipwreck unlock the secrets of ancient Greece? How did these deadly objects turn ancient Rome into a superpower? And why does the Sin City of the Roman Empire lie abandoned beneath the waves? Ancient people call it the Middle Sea, the center of the known world. The Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans build mighty civilizations upon its shores. Empires battle for supremacy across its waters. Cities grow rich and powerful through trade. The Mediterranean becomes a superhighway, connecting cultures that will shape the modern world. But only by draining the sea can we reveal its biggest and most terrifying secret. What happened on this spectacular Greek island to doom an entire civilization?
They must have thought this was it, the end of the world.
3,600 years ago, 15 centuries before the Roman Empire, a mysterious people dominate the Mediterranean. We call them the Minoans. Their home is on Crete. Here, they build magnificent temples and palaces and decorate them with stunning frescoes, celebrating their love of life and of nature. But there's a darker side, too. The Minoan royal palace at Knossos is said to contain a labyrinth, home to the Minotaur, a fearsome creature, part man, part bull, with a terrible appetite for human flesh. But apart from a grisly myth, much about the Minoan world still remains a mystery.
We can't decipher their language. We only have their archaeological remains. But what that tells us, I think, is that they were extremely imaginative, they were extremely adventurous, and that they developed a sophisticated hierarchical society that was capable of producing elements of art and architecture which still astound us today.
Historians do know that the Minoans spread across the Mediterranean, trading olive oil and pottery for gold and ivory, growing ever richer and more powerful. And then, in the 15th century BC, their ancient civilization begins to fade from the pages of history. For centuries, no one knows why. Until scientists start to look closely at the nearby island of Santorini.
Santorini, it has this very, very calm water. It's almost like it plays with you and deceives you. Looking at this view, you would never imagine how dangerous it once was and how dangerous it is.
The island is famous for its spectacular jagged cliffs, which tower above a beautiful natural harbor. But what created them? And can they help explain the downfall of the Minoans? Marine geologist Evi Nomikou believes that crucial clues may lie deep beneath Santorini's tranquil waters.
As I was born in Santorini, I wanted to study the area to reveal their secret. Being a marine geologist means that you are having access to the mystic world of the seafloor, so you can see features that nobody else can see.
She harnesses the latest multi-beam sonar technology to scan the depths of the huge bay. By transforming her data into powerful computer imagery, it's possible to drain away the waters of the Mediterranean. And reveal Santorini's terrifying secret. The sheer cliffs tower 1,000 feet above sea level and drop a further 1,000 feet to the seafloor, framing a vast basin large enough to hold 10,000 Olympic stadiums. The basin is a huge crater, and Santorini itself is the remnant of a gigantic volcano. But that's not all. On the rim of the crater, more evidence of Santorini's violent past. Undiscovered until 1967, these shattered ruins are all that remain of a once thriving city, known today as Akrotiri. It was destroyed when the volcano erupted and buried under so much ash that it remained hidden for 3,500 years.
It's almost like a window back in time where you can see how it was when it was destroyed.
And deep in the ruins, archaeologists discover something remarkable. These stone steps were not broken by the ash and lava from a volcano. They were shattered by an earthquake.
When the earthquake happened, everyone fled their town, but then they came back to start rebuilding their homes, and this is exactly what we're seeing here.
Believing the danger over, people move furniture into the streets so they can start repairing their houses.
We're seeing the beds placed outside of their homes. We're seeing the stones and mud getting ready to be used to rebuild these homes.
But then they are struck by an apocalypse. The first stage of the eruption is so powerful that it engulfs Akrotiri and suffocates the whole island in a thick layer of debris. And the date of this cataclysmic eruption? Around 1625 BC, the same time as the Minoans begin to disappear from the pages of history. But how could a single eruption trigger the collapse of a great civilization based on an island 70 miles away? Until recently, most scientists have focused only on the evidence above ground. But Evi Nomikou believes that once again, the real clues lie underwater.
Scientists have been occupied studying only the on-land geology, so we are starting mapping the seafloor in order to find out the total volume of that big, destructive eruption.
Evi heads outside the Great Crater to hunt for new evidence on the seabed. And what she finds is extraordinary. proof of the sheer scale of this eruption. As the waters of the Mediterranean recede still further, they reveal wide stone terraces, fanning out from the mouth of the volcano, the size of 20-story buildings. They point to one cause. They're called pyroclastic flows, torrents of superheated gas and molten rock.
The pyroclastic flow can cover everything. They travel like a hurricane. They can destroy everything on their path because of the high temperature, up to 1,000 Celsius.
When they hit the sea, the pyroclastic flows cool and become solid ramparts of rock. Around Santorini, they stretch for a staggering 20 miles in every direction. Evidence of multiple eruptions, lasting for days. By measuring the stone terraces, scientists calculate that the volcano throws out 14 cubic miles of debris, an eruption far more powerful than they had ever imagined. It's one of the biggest volcanic explosions in the history of the planet.
Let's try to imagine what this eruption looked like. If you were sitting somewhere in any of the neighboring islands, it would have appeared like the end of the world.
At first, the volcano blasts out a column of superheated debris more than 20 miles high.
This huge funnel of black ash and cloud could have been seen going all the way to the sky.
Some of the volcanic plume falls to Earth, many miles from Santorini.
It would have been raining pumice on the surrounding islands.
But now, the volcano unleashes its most devastating surprise. And in its path lies Crete, the center of the Minoan world. 70 miles from Santorini, the Minoans on Crete see the soaring column of ash and smoke from the erupting volcano. But they have no idea of the disaster to come. The volcano blasts millions of tons of lava into the sea, triggering wave after wave of powerful tsunamis.
When the tsunami arrived in Crete, they were probably taken totally by surprise. Imagine seeing this wall of water, in some places 10 meters high, advancing in. It must have looked like that this was the end of the world. Totally unexpected. The wrath of the gods.
Entire coastal communities are swept away by waves up to 30 feet tall. Ports are destroyed and ships smashed to pieces. And the gods aren't finished yet. After the eruption and the tsunamis, another disaster is looming. Clouds of volcanic ash cast a deadly pall over the whole Mediterranean, dramatically cooling the Earth.
There were a series of effects from the eruption that together fatally weakened the Minoan civilization. A tsunami event, a divine event, the destabilization of their economy, the failure of harvests over several years. That was the moment when Minoan civilization started to die.
Without their ports and ships, the Minoans lose their mastery over the Mediterranean. Invaders challenge their power. And as the sun sets on the collapsing Minoan civilization, new powers arise. 500 miles from Crete, just off the coast of Cyprus, the draining waters of the Mediterranean reveal a remarkable discovery almost 2,500 years old. What can it tell us about the lives, the power, and the pleasures of the ancient Greeks? In the centuries after the fall of the Minoans, the city-states of Greece produced dazzling art and architecture, forging ideas in mathematics, democracy, and theater that still shape our world. The Greeks take to the sea in their wooden sailing ships, risking their lives to explore, colonize, and trade with each other. Hundreds of boats shuttle across the Mediterranean, linking settlements in Africa, Asia, and Europe. They are the lifeblood of Greek civilization. But these ships are a mystery. Only a few remnants have survived to offer a glimpse into how they worked and what they carried. Until now. A shipwreck recently discovered in the seas off Cyprus is helping to bring this lost world back to life. Archaeologist Stella Domistica and her team are unlocking the wreck's secrets. Where did it come from? What was it carrying? And why did it sink?
It's pretty deep, so it takes a while when you're diving before you can see the sea bottom.
It looks all very higgledy-piggledy. It looks like, well, someone's dropped a whole load of garbage in the ocean.
But this apparent chaos is packed with clues about the lost world of the ancient Greeks.
This is really fantastic for an archaeologist.
Exploring such a deep and complex site is challenging.
Diving at 45 meters has several constraints, and time is one of them. The maximum we can stay per day is 20 minutes.
It's almost impossible to work effectively at such depths. So the team explores the site using a technique called photogrammetry, taking hundreds of pictures of the wreck from different angles.
So instead of trying to make decisions at 45 meters where your brain doesn't work properly, taking the pictures allows us to have the luxury of diving through the screen of our computer as long as we want it.
Using the unique photogrammetry data, it's possible for the first time to drain the Mediterranean, allowing sunshine to illuminate a site that's been in darkness for 2,500 years. The debris lies in the shape of a ship. Much of the timber hull has rotted away, leaving only its ancient cargo. Hundreds of earthenware jars, known as amphorae, piled neatly on top of each other, many of them still intact.
Amphorae look very odd. They look very ungainly and not very well designed to be storage jars or certainly container jars on a sea vessel. But they are a design that's evolved over centuries, and actually if you stack them all really neatly together, they do all make sense. And they were the way that you transported things around the ancient world.
Amphorae like this give the archaeologists some vital clues. Their distinctive shape varies, depending on where and when they were made. This one dates from the 4th century BC and comes from the Greek island of Chios, 500 miles from the wreck site. So, what was in it? Although the amphorae are all now empty, They offer intriguing clues about what they once contained.
In this case, we have the opportunity to see evidence. This dark coating inside the amphora, we have to imagine that it was all over the inside walls, and it was pitch or resin, so it was a kind of sealant to make these walls waterproof. So we are sure that these are Chian wine containers.
Wine from the island of Chios is highly prized throughout the ancient Mediterranean. The wrecked ship is loaded with the equivalent of more than 10,000 modern-sized bottles, a hugely valuable cargo, and a telling insight into the ancient Greek trade in luxury goods.
The Greeks loved their wine. This little wreck off Cyprus is the tip of the iceberg of the wine trade. It was an absolutely fundamental part of their society and of all their cultural experiences, whether that be religious or whether it be letting their hair down and having a really good time.
The greatest thing about ancient Greeks is their love for life. They like to talk, to think, to discuss, to drink, to party.
There was a great profit to be made in making sure that the rich around the Mediterranean world had a good supply of very good wine to drink.
Trading in wine and other luxury items makes good money for the Greek city-states. But their ships carry an even more precious cargo as they traverse the Mediterranean and beyond. From Egypt to southern France, they spread Greek ideas and culture that influence Western civilization to the present day. But this cargo never reaches its destination.
One of the most important questions that we ask in shipwreck archaeology is why this ship sunk.
The biggest clue is the shape of the debris. The way that the jars lie grouped together, rather than scattered about, proves that the vessel didn't capsize. So what did happen?
The ships in antiquity were open-decked. The hold was not covered with a deck, so when the waves were very high or we have a storm, then the water was coming in.
The ship is most likely overwhelmed by a wave. Pulled down by the weight of all the expensive wine to a watery grave. As the waters of the Mediterranean continue to drain away, they uncover unique evidence of a titanic clash between two ancient superpowers. This is the site of a battle that would change the course of history.
When they saw the Romans in front of them, they had one of these "oh no" moments.
What can these bizarre objects on the seabed tell us about the merciless rise of the Romans? The 3rd century BC, Rome already controls mainland Italy and has ambitions to expand across the whole Mediterranean. But its navy is weak.
Rome was known as being a terrestrial power, not a maritime power. It was not known for fighting sea battles, but they were set on a militaristic path of maritime control.
This brings them into conflict with another superpower of the Mediterranean, the Carthaginians.
The Carthaginians were great traders, great seafarers, controlling most of the West and Central Mediterranean, and it was that fact that brought them into conflict with Rome.
Carthage, from its position on the north coast of Africa, commands the most powerful navy in the region. To challenge Carthage, Rome must first learn a new kind of naval warfare. So begins a titanic struggle that will last for more than 100 years. The winner will dominate the Mediterranean for the next 7 centuries. Its first truly decisive encounter happens somewhere off the west coast of Sicily, near the Egadi Islands. Here, according to ancient historian Polybius, the mighty navies of Rome and Carthage go head-to-head in an epic battle. He describes the clash of 2 huge fleets involving 400 ships and at least 100,000 men, turning the waters of the Mediterranean blood red. But Polybius writes his history at least half a century after the battle, and for a Roman audience. So how reliable is his account? However huge this battle may have been, no one has ever been able to find any trace of it.
Taking the description from an ancient historian and actually pointing to the exact place on the surface of the globe where the battle took place is extremely difficult.
Bill Murray and a team of marine archaeologists are on the trail of some extraordinary finds reported by local fishermen. But the area they need to survey is huge, many miles across. So first, they sonar scan the seabed. Then they launch a remotely operated vehicle to investigate the finds.
As you're watching the live feed of the video from the ROV and it's going across the seafloor, the shapes suddenly pop into view and it's incredibly distinctive. So there's a great moment of excitement as these objects are first seen.
They discover a truly astonishing shape, 300 feet down.
Yeah. These are the rarest artifacts we have from antiquity.
So what is it? Using the data gathered by the expedition, it's possible to pull the plug on the Mediterranean, emptying the waters from around the coast of Sicily. The mysterious object on the seabed comes clearly into view. It's 3 feet wide and made of metal. Its jagged edges suggest a deadly purpose.
So these are bronze battering rams. They would have been attached to the front of a ship. And this was the main method of attacking and destroying ships in antiquity.
Rams are the super weapons of ancient naval warfare. The large vertical fin is like a splitting axe, and the horizontal fins are like blades to slice through an enemy ship's timbers.
You didn't have cannon fire, there were no kind of guns a la Pirates of the Caribbean or anything like that. The only way to take down an enemy ship was to smash a massive hole in the middle of it and let it sink to the bottom. And the only way of doing that was to ram it.
A closer look reveals that this ram is battle damaged, its metal edges broken and distorted by a violent collision.
In one episode, we're told that the men up in a forward tower were literally catapulted out of the tower and into the sea after a ram strike. And we're told that it was an effective ram strike because, as the ancient author wrote, bronze hit bronze.
And this isn't the only discovery. Based on data from the survey, draining away more of the Mediterranean reveals a remarkable pattern. 10 more rams scattered across 2 square miles. More than enough to convince historians that an important naval battle took place here. But is it the legendary Battle of the Egadi Islands, described by Polybius? an unlikely piece of evidence may hold the answer. A single amphora storage jar found near one of the rams. By analyzing its shape, archaeologists can narrow down when and where it was made. It's like finding a black box recorder. The team believes the amphora is Carthaginian and dates to the 3rd century BC, the same period as the Battle of the Egadi Islands. The historian Polybius describes how the Carthaginians are carrying supplies for their soldiers in Sicily. Could this amphora be part of that cargo?
The plan was to cross to Mount Erice unobserved by the enemy and offload the stores. Then take on the soldiers in the lightened ships and engage the enemy.
But the Carthaginians never make it. Compelling evidence from the drained seabed now indicates this is where it all happened.
A number of rams line up and give us a bearing that makes some sense, and that's fascinating. That is exciting.
The words of an ancient historian and the evidence of modern technology both point to the same conclusion. This is the site of the Battle of the Egadi Islands.
It was an important enough event for the Romans that they remembered the date. It was actually written down in a calendar somewhere, and we know that it occurred on 10 March 241 BC. This is not your typical naval battle where both sides prepare. This was a battle of opportunity.
The Carthaginians, still laden with supplies, head for shore, believing the coast is clear. But the Romans keep dozens of their ships hidden behind one of the islands. It's a huge ambush.
The lookouts spied the Carthaginian ships coming in, and as the Carthaginians saw the Romans in front of them, they had one of these "oh no" moments.
So we're talking about tens of thousands of men on board these ships, and they would have lined up across from each other in lines of battle, headed toward each other at a great rate, and smashed into each other head to head.
Polybius describes what happened next.
Before long, they were defeated. 50 of the Carthaginian ships were sunk and 70 captured with their crews, while the prisoners numbered almost 10,000.
Another discovery on the seabed is a stark reminder that this epic victory came at a high price in human life. This is the last resting place of thousands of brave men. And it has been judged so important that its exact location must remain secret.
There's nothing else really like this. It's the first ancient battle site that's ever been discovered. It's just an incredible debris field.
But the Battle of the Egadi Islands was the turning point when a Roman fleet managed to absolutely trounce a Carthaginian fleet at sea.
This was the defining battle where Rome went from a regional power to a superpower.
The struggle between Rome and Carthage would last for another century. But victory here set Rome on a path to shaping the destiny of Europe for the next 700 years. As the last of its water runs away, the Mediterranean reveals a final secret. What can draining the Bay of Naples teach us about the glory and the decadence of the Roman Empire? 2,000 years ago, Rome has grown far beyond its Italian homeland. Its legions control a vast area, from North Africa to Northern Europe, from Spain to the Black Sea, and the Roman Navy dominates the Mediterranean from its port next to the city of Baiae, in the shadow of mighty Vesuvius. Baiae earns a reputation as the sin city of ancient Rome. It's famous for debauchery and excess. But what really went on in this seaside party town? And why does so much of it lie abandoned beneath the waves? Now, marine archaeologist John Henderson is exploring the secrets of this sunken city. Starting with the huge harbor walls that once surrounded the city's port.
These are built by the Romans. They were incredible engineers. You can still see the artificial construction of this very clearly. You can see the brickwork, overlapping bricks. Amazing.
Beyond the port walls lie magnificent villas where Roman emperors host lavish parties.
Look at this. This is a mosaic floor of one of the bathhouses. Looks like it was just done yesterday. It's phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. This is called an Emphaeum. It's actually an elaborate dining room for the Emperor Claudius. You can imagine people eating food surrounded by these water nymphs. It was built to entertain the Emperor's most honored guests.
Well, one of the things I'm interested in is actually the scale of the site. Much of the focus has been on the resort area of Baiae itself, but on the margins of the site, there are constantly new areas coming up.
That's it, slow it down. There's a lot down there.
So why did the Romans lavish so much wealth on building a pleasure city here?
The Romans came to Baiae because of the lovely maritime climate and the thermal springs. But Baiae was also a very important port. It's a natural port. It's one of the best ports on the western coast of Italy at the time.
Wealth brought pleasure and excess to this Las Vegas of the Roman world.
There were parties, there was drinking, it was a place to get prostitutes. And writers at the time referred to it as a harbour of vice or a vortex of luxury.
The famous Roman philosopher, Seneca, is appalled by what he finds.
Baiae is a place to be avoided. People wandering drunk along the beach, the riotous revelling of sailing parties, the lakes noisy with singing.
But time is running out for this party town. Gradually, many of its most impressive public buildings and private villas are lost beneath the waves. What happened? Based on detailed sonar scanning, draining away the Mediterranean begins to reveal the real story of the rise and fall of Baiae. It exposes just how much of the city fell under the waves. 430 acres of streets, shops, warehouses, and luxury villas. Draining beyond the town uncovers the reason. An extraordinary landscape shaped by powerful underground forces. The whole town sits inside the shallow crater of a giant volcano.
You hear about Naples, people talk about Vesuvius. They don't seem to realize that the whole western bay of Naples itself is a massive volcano. We're actually standing in a volcano now.
The people of Baiae may not understand the unpredictable forces stirring beneath them.
And we know we're sat on a volcano, but it's not your normal volcano. It's this much larger and much more complex volcanic system.
There's remarkable evidence of its restless power 3 miles away, across the bay in the Temple of Serapis.
It's really when you get into the Roman ruins that you can see what's going on. You have to look closely, though. If you look up at the column behind me, you'll see in the middle part, it's got this strange texture to it. Lots and lots of holes in it. There's even bits of shell on this. This is a stone-boring marine mollusk. That tells me that this stuff has been under the sea. Time enough for those mollusks to get to grips with the columns. But look now, these columns are in place. And look where those marker horizons are now. That's like a tide on the side of a bath telling you where the sea level was. So we know that this has been dropped under the sea and it's now risen above.
Can draining the waters of the bay even further explain why this ancient landscape is constantly rising and falling? And finally show why the Romans lost their Sin City. Baiae, once a major Roman port, lies half submerged amid a volcanic landscape. John Henderson has been exploring the area beneath the waves, and he finds a telltale sign of the power at work here.
So we've got all these bubbles are coming out of the ground. All this hot air coming up from the seabed. You really get a sense here of the power that's underneath, waiting to burst out. Hot water piling out of the ground under the sea. I've never seen anything like this.
These underwater vents are superheated by molten rock from the volcano below, evidence that the forces stirring under Baiae are highly active. Locals call the area Campi Flegrei, the fields of fire. Now, for the first time, draining the water from the entire bay exposes an extraordinary sight. 24 separate volcanoes nesting inside the crater. It spans an incredible 38 square miles. But geologists here have been mapping deep inside the Earth itself. Now draining not only the Mediterranean, but looking deep into the layers of rock below it, reveals a fantastical sight. Giant cauldrons of superheated molten rock, known as magma chambers, that slowly empty and fill over centuries. Evidence that this huge volcanic system is still very much alive.
Basically, you've got magma chambers sitting under the sea, which operate almost like bellows. When they fill full of lava, the ground goes up. And then when they empty again, the ground goes down. And this process is going on constantly.
It's as if the land within the Campi Flegrei crater itself is breathing.
You feel like you're standing on some kind of giant's chest. You feel minute compared to the giant tectonic forces that are creating the world around you.
The damage caused by these breathing chambers of magma coincides with the decline of the Roman Empire. As part of the city slides beneath the Mediterranean, the population shrinks and the parties end. Sin City is no more. Today, the scientists studying the landscape here believe that pressures in the magma chambers are increasing once again, and that could have catastrophic consequences for the millions of people living close by.
We know it's an active system. So one of the interesting problems we have with something the size of Campi Flegrei is it going to erupt big or is it going to erupt small?
Big could mean very big. In AD 79, nearby Vesuvius erupts. It destroys the city of Pompeii. thousands of people burn to death or choke on volcanic ash. But scientists know the volcanic system feeding the fields of fire is far larger and far more powerful than Vesuvius. And with so many people living nearby, it's vital to keep a close eye on the breathing giant beneath them.
It's even more critical that we monitor volcanoes like this, and that's because we're verging on the side of what we call a supervolcano.
Even the smallest changes in the ground level or its temperature could be a vital warning sign that the unstoppable forces of nature are about to turn ugly.
If we had an eruption where these multiple craters evacuated, it would be devastating. It would essentially flatten this area.
The eruption could be almost 10 times more powerful than the one at Santorini that shattered the Minoan world. Vast amounts of volcanic material would be ejected into the atmosphere, blocking out the sunlight. Global temperatures would plummet, with devastating consequences. New scanning technology reveals remarkable evidence lying hidden beneath the waters of the Mediterranean, the raw forces of nature still shaping this volcanic landscape. Priceless evidence of the trade that drove the ancient world, and an epic battle that changed the course of history.
For me, it was the biggest expedition in my whole diving career.
The Amber Room is the world's most valuable missing architectural art treasure. An entire room faced with ancient ambers which vanished, never to be seen again.
It was one of the most prized possessions really in Europe. There is a chance that it's still out there somewhere.
It's such a huge thing that I can't even imagine how I would feel if we were to find it.
What we do know certainly is the Amber Room was packed up in crates in January 1945, ready to be evacuated.
Of course, once people started talking about the Amber Room, the possibility that this could be on this wreck, it's like putting a pound on the lottery, isn't it? It's like you might not win, but you might.
This show jest osiem poziomy, nie?
I'm very lucky guy because I was born in Gdynia. And Gdynia is so beautiful. My son is involved in kite surfing. We spent a lot of time on the sea. Of course, we have to remember what's happened here. Gdańsk Bay was the scene of terrible thing during the Second World War. We were attacked by Germans from the west and Russia from the east. Hundreds of ships were lost here. As a diver, I have seen the wrecks with my own eyes. My son generation are asking why we have so many wrecks over there. So what exactly happened here on this Gdańsk Bay during the war? So much of it has been forgotten. Most of the wrecks don't even have names. I wanted to fill in the missing pieces of the history, so I decided to investigate the wrecks myself. But with so many out there, the first question was where to start.
I know Tomasz for over 20 years. We dive together. When he asked me to help him find information about wrecks, I said, sure, I will have a look. I started to work through historic documents, archives, all reports and all the sources that could help us find more information about the wrecks. I discovered that in the last few months of World War II, almost 250 ships went down in this area.
We are not professional historians, but every day you discover more and more and more. What was the reason why this wreck sank? What is the real name of this wreck? How she sank, and so on.
But then I found something amazing. There was a letter written by a German civilian. Her name was Cecile Alschut, and she described boarding a ship called Karlsruhe on 11th April 1945.
With my children, 2 and 4 years old, I had been assigned a place on the ship. The captain gave orders to leave all the prams on the upper deck. The sun set, but when the morning came, 3 Russian planes appeared. Bullets whipped across the deck. One plane was shot down just meters from the ship. A truck on the deck crashed through to the hold. Then, I felt the ice-cold water. My children are gone. There is nothing left of the Karlsruhe. Within 3 minutes, she sank to the bottom of the Baltic Sea.
I was so moved by the letter. I had to know more. Over 1,000 German passengers were on board the ship. Just 113 survived. But the wreck of the Karlsruhe was not even marked on any of the charts. The story of this ship was so interesting, I decided to try to find this wreck. But I had no idea that I will be pulled into a completely different mystery. For an expedition like this, I knew I'd need to get a really good team together. I called to everybody and said, I want to go to Karlsruhe, can you help me? Everybody said yes, 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 and it was amazing.
Tomek was saying that he needs divers who are familiar with the conditions of cold water and deep depth, and we were expecting a long dives on these harsh conditions.
I'm predominantly a cave diver and a cave explorer.
Me and Phil go way back. I'm his former student, so I became a cave diving instructor because of him. I met my girlfriend Jenny through diving.
Sami called me and said, oh, there is this expedition going on. It sounded super amazing and very exciting, something that I had never done before.
I am afraid that I was not very good father, not very good husband, because 80% of my time I was focused on this expedition. Planning the expedition took months. But for me, the biggest challenge had been locating the wreck in the first place.
We knew about Karlsruhe. We wanted to find Karlsruhe, but we didn't know where is the wreck.
We talk and talk and talk about this, and finally we met in the bar just to compare everything what we have.
And if you look here, this is the beginning. However, we know the fact, and you know the report has the pictures.
What is the difference between this? During the Second World War, everybody spied on each other, yes? So you have different sources to check. One source is British, one source is German, and one source is Russian.
This is High Command, German High Command.
Okay.
They say 3 escorts.
The German naval records confirmed the account by the survivor Cecil Alshot that the steamer Karlsruhe was carrying over 1,000 passengers and heavy cargo. She set sail from Königsberg, which at the time was a part of Germany.
This is very precise. You know, another confirmation is...
Then we found a German radio message.
Message is taken on 14th of April of 1945. Steamship Karlsruhe was sunk by air attack.
According to Cecil Alshot, it was Soviet airplanes that sank the ship, but we didn't know exactly where she went down. The breakthrough came when Tomek found the Soviet pilot's logbook. So this is logbook, yeah?
Yeah, from our Russian, you know, soldiers that sank Karlsruhe. And this report is especially important because they're giving us the positions, yeah?
Okay,
so
okay.
The first attack, what is 9 a.m., the pilot's position of the attack, yeah? And here you see the second attack, again with position.
On the end, we had 5 different coordinates of the place where Karlsruhe were sinking. And the difference between all of them was like 20 miles. We narrowed it down, but 20 miles is still a huge distance to search. Then we had an idea. All the fishermen, they have maps and they mark obstacles because they don't want to destroy the nets, and they give us these coordinates of these obstacles.
If you translate the positions from Russian report to this map, it will be roughly this area. Yeah.
We found a large underwater obstacle which can be marked in the area of the Soviet pilot's coordinates. I think we have focused on this position here.
Yeah.
12 months later, we were on our way. Okay, guys, I will be speaking a little Polish, a little English, but if my English is too good for you, let me know, yes?
So the idea was that we were sailing out to have 12 potential diving days before we were due back in port.
The plan is like this, that we want to dive in the morning. In general, we want to do it 1 long dive per day. Not too short, but 1 long
We had archaeologists and historians on board to help us identifying the wreck and document whatever we found.
There was a lot at stake, all resting on our research, and the question was, were we right about the location of the wreck?
We steamed through the night, woke up for breakfast next morning, and there we are out in the middle of the Baltic, approaching the dive site.
The sonar soon picked up a large object at 90 meters, but we had no idea whether or not it was the Karlsruhe. We simply had to go down there and have a look.
It is a very deep dive with a lot of repercussions to that. Come up too fast, bubbles would form inside your blood, inside your tissues, and cause ill effects. To get to 90 meters, you'd be looking at 4 or 5 minutes to get down there. It's very dark because you're very deep, so there's very little light penetration. And you come down in the dark, and you start to slowly realize there's some shape coming up ahead underneath you.
The atmosphere at the wreck when you arrive there is quite spooky.
The very first thing I noticed was there was a lot of net. It was basically rope netting, so very heavy. but it does cover everything.
The problem was that we were not 100% sure that the ship is Karlsruhe.
So we decided to go and try and find the name written on the ship, which in a more luxurious ship would be bronze or brass letters riveted into the hull. As we neared the bow, the amount of netting seemed to increase. And what you don't want to do as a diver is try to get under it, because that risks you being trapped, tangled within it.
To be able to uncover the letters, we had to cut some of the nets away.
It wasn't easy, but eventually once the nets dropped away, we could finally see what lay beneath.
What became apparent was that the bridge area was heavily damaged.
There's a huge hole in the middle of the ship.
It was the right size and shape, and we could see evidence of bomb damage. But was it the Karlsruhe?
There was all kinds of seashells and mud on top of the side, but once we brushed it off, we actually could see the first letter there. I think it was the R.
That's in the word Karlsruhe.
We scrubbed some more and we could actually find 4 letters there. It was a great moment. Now we have identified it is indeed Karlsruhe.
I was so happy that we found the wreck, but the letter from the survivor was always in my mind. I was determined to find out everything I could about Karlsruhe's last voyage. What was a small steamship full of German civilians doing in the middle of the Baltic Sea in the last few months of the war?
My father-in-law, who I knew for 30 years of my life and who I was very, very close to, was incarcerated here. He was a Polish patriot, and he fought in every way he possibly could think of to rid the country of the oppression, first of the Nazis and then of the Soviets. Because, of course, when the Germans left, the Soviets arrived and took the country for themselves. I've been in his cell and just think, what must it have been like? I sort of feel very angry that people were treated this way. People who were held here under Stalin who hadn't committed any crimes whatsoever except for being Polish. Generally speaking, the stories of what took place at the end of World War II in places like the Baltic were simply ignored after the war. So when I heard about the expedition to find the Karlsruhe, I thought it was fascinating. The ship left Königsberg, which was a city in the former German province of East Prussia. But at that time, April 1945, the German civilians were in grave danger. The advancing Soviets had them surrounded.
For most of those people, because they were farmers, it was the first journey in their life. They never left the village, but the rumor said that Russians kill everybody. So they have no other option.
They piled up sort of little wagons and carried their children. I mean, it was like any refugee exodus. It was absolutely terrible. But the German Navy stepped in and launched an evacuation, codenamed Operation Hannibal. This was a huge, a massive undertaking. Over 1,000 ships were sent to the rescue. It dwarfed the Allied evacuation from Dunkirk. Crammed with civilians, the ships headed west, but many didn't make it.
When we put all the pieces of the puzzles together, we realized that Cecil Alcott was one of the refugees and Karlsruhe was an Operation Hannibal ship.
These events shouldn't be lost and just become references in dusty books. So being able to piece together the entire story of Hannibal to honour the memory of the people that were lost, I think is important.
Uncovering this forgotten chapter of history was really a big moment. But there was still something that didn't make sense to me. The Karlsruhe was one of the last ships that left before Königsberg was captured by Red Army in April 1945. Thousands of desperate civilians would have been fighting for a place on that ship. But when we look at the archives, there was something that had puzzled us.
We knew that Karlsruhe was loaded with some soldiers, refugees, some workers. But what was interesting, they also specified 360 tons of cargo. What was the cargo? Why they used space of the ship for cargo instead for people? When we did some digging, we realized there was something very valuable, last seen in Königsberg at the end of the war, that had vanished without a trace.
Tomek said, you know, maybe Amber Room is over there, yes? And it was like, oh, okay, it's a joke, yes? But he said, no, it's possible, yes, it's possible.
For me, the mystery of Amber Room and this possibility was really very exciting.
Then a little bit on the cargo hold.
It was like the beginning of treasure fever.
Under the sill. Wow, this has really turned into a mystery. We're going off looking for an object like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Monuments Men.
It was known as the 8th wonder of the world, with 12 spectacular panels, each over 3 meters high. The Amber Room in St. Petersburg's Catherine Palace was one of Russia's most treasured works of art. Imagine a golden room made up of this very important semi-precious stone, which really is petrified resin from ancient trees, with gilding and so on all around it. I mean, just magnificent place. The Baltic region is home to the largest known deposits of amber. The Amber Room was installed in the palace in the mid-1700s by Elizabeth, the Empress of Russia. But the Amber Room that stands there today is a replica. The original was stolen by the Nazis. The Germans stole everything. They stole national treasures, they stole statues, they stole paintings, they stole whatever they wanted. Some priceless masterpieces were recovered after the war, but the Amber Room, estimated to be worth $500 million, has never been found.
The Amber Room is the world's most valuable missing architectural art treasure. I've been an investigative journalist for many years, and the Amber Room was one of those intractable mysteries that looked like, you know, something we could really get our teeth into. I personally related to a lot of the central characters in this story because I grew up in a family, half of whom lived in the former Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe. There was a series of archives in Moscow and St. Petersburg that would be key to this. And then on top of that, you've got all of the other basic building blocks of the investigation. You've got maritime, shipping records, you've got railway timetables, Allied bombing routes. The Germans were extraordinarily efficient. They arrive in the Catherine Palace, they break it off the walls, They throw the large pieces into long crates, and all the pieces of the amber room are boxed up and heading for Königsberg in East Prussia. When the amber room arrives in Königsberg, there's somebody waiting for it, and that person is Alfred Roeder. He was the person who placed the amber room on the list of treasures that the SS would take. We found archival documents that show the amber room was erected on the 3rd floor of a former ancient Teutonic castle in Königsberg. And I think Roeder would have felt impregnable in Königsberg. They controlled the coast, they're in an enclave, surrounded by Nazi forces, and the castle is amazingly secure, so they can't think of a better place to keep one of their most important treasures.
But it turned out they were wrong. Because by January 1945, the Soviets were at the gates of the city. The situation in Königsberg was one of absolute desperation, chaos. There was a realization that the Red Army was very, very close.
We found a series of reports whereby Roeder gave an audit, if you like, of what was in the castle and what should be done about it. The amber room was on a list of things that needed to be moved. So many avenues are closed to a man like Roeder. Rail routes are closed. The road is treacherous. Perhaps the only avenue which would have been safe would be a ship leaving out through the Baltic coast.
It's possible that it could have been packed up and put on any of these ships that were involved in Operation Hannibal at that time.
The question was, which ship? During Hannibal operation, the biggest maritime evacuation ever, Germany lost 247 ships altogether. Our research showed that Karlsruhe was carrying a heavy cargo, which is unusual for civilian evacuation. But when we did some more digging, we realized it wasn't the only one. There was another Operation Hannibal ship, rumored to have a cargo, and she was one of the first to leave. The Wilhelm Gustloff.
The Wilhelm Gustloff was a ship that, in happier times for the Nazis, had been built as a cruise ship. If the amber room actually was evacuated on a ship, it's possible that it could be the Wilhelm Gustloff, because the timing works, the 30th of January.
What we do know certainly is the amber room was packed up in crates in Königsberg Castle in January, ready to be evacuated from the city.
Eyewitness testimony does exist saying, yes, there were packages put on the Wilhelm Gustloff.
The wreck was classified. Nobody was allowed to go there. But in 1973, a team of Polish divers got permission to dive the Gustloff to try to find the amber room. So I went to meet one of the divers from that expedition. Tutaj ty siedzisz na zdjęciu, tak?
Tak, po prawej stronie, po wyjściu z wody akurat.
To był rok 1970. To było bardzo trudno przekonać władze do tego. Ale powiedz mi, jaki był powód, dla którego ty chciałeś zanurkować na Gustloffie w tamtych latach?
Dla mnie niezrozumiała sprawa była to, że to było po pierwsze utajnione. Nazywało się to Przeszkoda wodna numer 73.
Nie miało nazwy.
Nie miało nazwy. Była sfałszowana pozycja. No, była ciągle w powietrzu wisiała legenda bursztynowej komnaty.
In the 1970s, divers didn't have the scanning technology which we have now, so Michał drove the wreck by hand.
To znaczy, notatki były od wskoczenia do wody do wyjścia. 7 godzin nurkowych takich. Nurkowanie, zapamiętać, stworzyć sobie obraz, wrócić, narysować sobie szkic tego.
Michal's image showed the entire wreck for the first time. It had suffered terrible damage. bulkheads are ripped apart and the hull is severed.
On uderzył o dno. Najpierw był storpedowany.
What happens on the night of the 30th of January is that these masses of people are cramming themselves on board this once grand vessel, fitting in as tightly as they possibly can, and over 10,000 people are on board. The Gustav heads out into deep water and tries to make it as fast as possible toward the west. A Soviet submarine spots it and fires 3 torpedoes at the Gustav. The ship goes down very, very quickly. It's estimated that 9,000 people died. 5,000 were children. It became the single largest tragedy at sea in history.
Since the 1970s, scans have showed the Gustav in more detail. They revealed damage that is so unusual. It's thought that torpedoes were not the only cause.
There were all sorts of rumors that during the Cold War, the Soviets did send down divers. They tried to find out whether or not the Amber Room was actually on board.
It's rumored that Russians used explosives to rip open the hull, and when you look at the image of the wreck, some of the damage looks man-made.
I trudno jest w tej chwili powiedzieć, co było skutkiem dewastacji mechanicznej po uderzeniu w dno, a czy ktoś tam materiałami wybuchowymi, nie powiem tak, ani nie powiem nie, bo to można...
Czuliście rozczarowanie, że nie ma tam legendarnej bursztynowej komnaty?
Tak, tak. No. Wiesz co, no, każdy eksplorator ma gdzieś w tyle głowy.
Whatever was loaded onto the Gustav, it wasn't the Amber Room. So we looked for more clues that it was on the Karlsruhe. But what if the Amber Room never left Königsberg at all?
Perhaps elements of the Amber Room, if not all of the Amber Room, might have been destroyed in situ in Königsberg Castle. We know that by looking at diaries and accounts written by Red Army soldiers at the time that showed that they saw Königsberg Castle as the epicenter of Nazism, as something that represented everything to do with the enemy that they detested. And filled with absolute rage and anger, the remnants of that castle were razed to the ground. And if the crates were there, it's quite likely that the Soviets destroyed their own treasure. There are plenty of people who won't accept that the Amber Room was destroyed in situ. My personal feeling is that it's inconclusive.
But Karlsruhe was carrying a heavy cargo, so we know something was loaded on that ship, and it was one of the last ships to leave. Tomek said, you know, if Germans want to send Amber Room to the west, for them, Karlsruhe was the last chance.
The next dives, we concentrate on the cargo hold. Could the Amber Room be in there?
We basically found very easily the entrance to the number 1 hold. Dropped down in, did a turn around, and the very first thing I saw was a motorbike. And then shone my light up above and beyond it, and there behind it was the truck.
Just as the survivors later described, a truck had fallen into the cargo hold.
And then we continued swimming, and basically the hold was full of great big dunes of silt and sediment that have built up over the 70 years she's been down there. From those dunes were objects sticking through, just peeping through, so you were like, what is it? What's down there?
In my 40 years career of the diving, I never saw so many crates.
couple of very big crates, part buried, at least half buried, but they were big enough that you could see this was a big box containing something.
They are very sturdy wooden boxes. Well, then you can think that, okay, maybe it's containing something valuable.
When I saw those crates, I was so excited. Was it possible that the Soviets hadn't destroyed their own treasure after all?
When I come here, I feel this tremendous sense of a mixture of trepidation and anger. In the same corridor that my father-in-law was held in were some terrible and notorious criminals. Rudolf Höss, who was the commandant of Auschwitz. Erich Koch was another of the prisoners. He was a notorious fanatical Nazi. Given the crimes he committed in the war, he should have been executed. The premise is that the Soviets kept him alive because they thought that perhaps he had information about the fate of the Amber Room. And one of the reasons that we think it's possibly out there is that the Soviets continued to look for it. They continued to question Koch. Erich Koch had been the governor of East Prussia. He pulled all the strings. Koch, of course, because he was in a privileged position, wasn't just trying to save his life, he was also able to get things that belonged to him out.
Koch himself had an enviable personal collection of treasure. Was it possible that among his collection, the things he tried to get evacuated from Königsberg would be the Amber Room?
It's possible that it survived and ended up on the ocean floor in one of the ships. There is a chance that it's still out there somewhere.
The drop line is over here, yes? And now is the moment that divers focus on the wreck, yes? I'm absolutely convinced that definitely Karlsruhe contains some kind of treasure.
And you can start to discuss and make sure
The problem was that the site is a war grave, so we were not allowed to touch anything, including the crates.
I understand that this is very difficult.
But after days of discussion, finally the archaeologists gave us permission to bring one crate to the surface, but only one. First step in professional way, yeah?
So the team had this huge dilemma. There were all sorts of crates and boxes down there. I mean, really, you're playing lucky dip.
One with this crate was in very good condition, made from very good wood.
It was basically a 2-meter oblong box. Very sturdy, very strong.
Of all the crates we'd seen, this was the one that looked the most likely to yield results.
And so we start the operation of salvage the crate.
First, we had to try and get it out of the sediment, because anything in sediment, especially for 70 years, it's got suction that stops it coming out. It became apparent that it was going to move a lot easier than we thought, despite its size.
Of course, it disturbed the sediment. For a few minutes, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even see fill in there.
I put a lifting strop round each end of the box, spreading the load so when it's lifted it wouldn't tip. So we had the rope from the box over a pulley, over another pulley. It's like pull, 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 and it started to move. And then when it got close to surface, 2 divers went to guide the box into the cage. And in the cage, with the crane, lifted it up.
We all gathered up to the deck, and everyone was very excited and hyped up to see what's inside.
It was a big crowd. There was all the divers, the archaeologists, the historians. And so as they were washing the box off, the side just fell forward and fell open. And this black sediment just kind of oozed its way out. And almost immediately, cogs and iron and machinery started to appear.
And we see the cables inside, yes? Cables. And you know, it was the moment that energy gone.
Certainly wasn't any see-through, shiny orange material appearing. So the crowd halved almost immediately.
There was a little bit of disappointment for everybody, especially for Thomas.
You know, our expectation was so huge, yes?
Of course, everybody thought that it would be something amazing. Still, it's a piece of history and it's awesome.
But I have this feeling that this story is not ended now. After all the disappointment, something happened that I could never have expected. The expedition attracted huge attention from the media. I got phone calls and emails. Everybody wanted to know about the Amber Room. And then one day I got a really interesting message. Hello, I'm Renata, and my father survived Karlsruhe disaster. And it was like, oh my God, this is absolutely brilliant. This is amazing. I knew I had to go to meet him. Siegfried was born in Königsberg. He lived with his mother, 2 sisters, and older brother, and he was 7 years old when the Red Army arrived. You remember this moment when you have to leave Königsberg?
Wenn meine Mutter gesagt hat, wir müssen hier raus, gell?
My mother said, we need to get out of here.
Und das hier, das ist ein Nichts.
The Karlsruhe was very small,
Es gab nichts anderes.
but there was nothing else.
His mother made a bed for the children, and they slept overnight on the deck. But in the morning, the ship was attacked.
Wir waren hier in der Mitte von dem Schiff und der Torpedo.
We were here in the middle of the ship when the torpedo hit, and the ship practically broke apart.
So zerbrochen.
We were thrown up in the air and then fell into the water.
Dieser Sog nach unten.
The suction pulled me down.
Mitgenommen.
I kicked my legs to get back to the surface.
Hab wieder dagegen gearbeitet, kam wieder noch oben.
Floating next to me was some bedding tied up with canvas and ropes.
Und eine Frau
A woman put the ropes around her hands.
ihre Hände getan. Und da sagte sie zu mir,
She said, "Come on, boy. I've got room for you too." And she took my hands and pulled them under the ropes.
die Frau
The woman
war mein Engel.
was my angel.
Siegfried was one of just 113 survivors. He didn't even know if his mother or his sibling were alive.
2 Jahre lang wussten wir nicht.
For 2 years, we knew nothing about each other. But then the German Red Cross found my mother in Copenhagen.
Eventually, Siegfried was reunited with his mother, brother, and older sister, but his youngest sister was lost.
Das Wasser war so kalt, so eiskalt,
The water was so cold, so icy cold,
nicht überlebt.
that my little sister didn't survive it.
Hearing Siegfried's story was more valuable than any treasure. When we set out on this expedition, the wreck was lost, but now we knew her entire story.
For any relatives of anyone that was basically on board that ship, it's actually a marked place now. There's a place on a chart that says Karlsruhe went down here.
The tragic story of the passengers was always in our minds.
I think the most poignant for me, we were doing a circuit of the wreck at seabed level. As we dropped off the side, literally next to our downline, the first thing we came across was pretty much a complete skeleton.
Then you look at the shapes and what's on top of the deck, and then you could clearly see that there are skulls and bones, and beside the bone there's shoes. Then you just wondering like how it must have been.
It's close to 1,000 souls were lost on that ship. It wasn't fighting soldiers, it was just refugees, women, old people, children, in great numbers, which really did bring it home, what we were diving and what tragedy that had happened here.
We put some flowers on the sea and spent a few minutes quietly and just thinking about respecting the people who passed alongside with the ship.
Of course, treasure and amber room attract a lot of interest, but this is not the main reason why we are diving. The main reason is human stories. This is more valuable. Finding the Karlsruhe means what happened here on the Baltic Sea is not forgotten.
A city-state like no other, feared the world over.
A rich, powerful republic, making vast amounts of money, protected by a massive fleet of the world's fastest warships.
Venice would be nothing without its ships, but their secrets have been lost for centuries. What can 3 discoveries reveal about how Venice becomes a Renaissance superpower?
This could give us a clue into how the Venetians ruled for almost 500 years.
And why it finally falls into ruin.
There have been extended excavations and they found thousands of bodies.
In a very real sense, the history of Venice lies underwater. We just have to find it.
A city of high culture, magnificent architecture, stunning natural beauty. Made possible by a past steeped in conquest.
At its height 700 years ago, Venice controlled an area spanning 1,000 miles, and its influence stretched across 3 continents. It was a maritime empire of unequaled power and the wealthiest city in Western Europe.
The key to Venice is its watercraft. And while many people know of the famous gondolas, the true Venetian vessel is the galley. These ships dominate the Mediterranean for centuries and are key to Venice becoming a naval power, an economic power, and a political power.
And the seat of this power is the Arsenale, once the biggest industrial facility in the West. Hidden behind high walls, thousands work to build the best warships the world has ever seen.
But the master shipbuilders kept their designs to themselves, handing them down from father to son by word of mouth only. So we have no blueprints or plans for any galleys, and we've never been able to find any evidence of one.
Any archaeologist dreams of discovering a Venetian medieval galley. I've been living and working in Venice for 25 years. It's a place that never ceases to amaze me.
For his entire career, maritime archaeologist Stefano Medas has been searching for evidence of Venice's naval power. He's focused his search in the waters of the lagoon that surrounds the city.
The difficulty in excavating Venice's past is that it sits in a lagoon 200 square miles in size, and that's 3 times the area of Washington, D.C.
Trying to find a ship in these waters is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Actually, it's worse than that. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack underwater with a bucket over your head.
The city sits on 118 small islands connected by bridges and canals. From above, it looks beautiful. But drain the canals and then the lagoon, and you start to understand why nobody, after 700 years, has been able to find any shipwrecks of any significance. Today, over 80% of the lagoon is thick mud. Just about 11% is water. So, even if you were lucky enough to find anything, it would most likely be trapped under the mud. And to dredge the lagoon would take 1,000 years.
Despite the challenges, Stefano is convinced his quest for evidence of an ancient warship is worth continuing.
We know from historical sources, old maps, that something important was there.
In 1997, a team of divers makes a tantalizing discovery. A piece of wood.
It might not sound much, but for archaeologists, it's a breakthrough. A piece of wood could mean a ship.
It was an extraordinary discovery that could give us a lot of information. When you're lucky enough to find a piece of wood, the first thing to do is to try and find out how old it is. So, it's sent to the lab for radiocarbon analysis. It was amazing, because we found out that it was from the 14th century.
Wood from the 14th century. For Stefano and the team, it's like finding the Holy Grail. This is from the time when Venice is at the peak of its naval and economic power. You couldn't have found a piece from a better period.
So now Stefano knows there's something worth finding in the mud of the lagoon.
In 2001, Stefano and his team begin their search in the area where the 14th century piece of wood was discovered.
But the problem is that you're in very muddy water where you can see nothing the moment you stir the mud up.
When they do find something, it's something big.
We started seeing this gigantic hull in perfect condition. It was very emotional for the whole team of archaeologists.
To find out if the structure they found could be a long-lost galley, Stefano turns to the one man who can help him, Venetian historian and ship expert Mauro Bondioli.
They called me because I was the only person in the world with the knowledge to study and identify this particular type of wreck. When Stefano called, I immediately said, okay, I'll drop everything and tomorrow morning I will be at the lagoon. I had thought all night about how to identify a galley from other types of ships. I calculated the length and I said, okay, in this particular point, you should be able to find a structure typically found in galleys, which is the mast step.
A mast step is a notch cut into the backbone of a ship, deep down in its hold. That's a key piece of evidence. But good luck trying to find that along the entire length of a ship buried in the mud when you're doing it by feel.
Armed with this potential lead, the team returns to the submerged wreck.
It was a very long operation because they had to dig through all that mud. I waited at least 3 hours for an answer. Finally, an archaeologist came to the surface and said, "We've located this structure made this way and that way." And I told them, "You found a galley."
It was obviously extraordinary and exciting because we were certain it was the first wreck of a galley ever found in the Mediterranean and beyond.
So this is a very, very important find, and what you want to do is record every single part of that wreck, inch by inch, do a forensic study of it. The problem is, this wreck is completely covered in mud. You can't even see your hand in front of your face underwater.
How will they excavate this medieval fighting galley from the Venice lagoon?
They're really going to have to come up with a pretty unique solution.
Stefano Medas and his team believe the 14th century galley they found in the Venice lagoon is so important it needs to be fully excavated.
So they come up with this crazy idea. Why don't we just drain the water away? And the government agrees, even though this is going to cost $1 million.
The strategy: create a cofferdam, a watertight enclosure they can pump dry. To build it, engineers sink 36-foot-long steel girders vertically into the muddy floor of the lagoon. 300 of them.
They have to fit everything together, girder by girder, perfectly. The slightest gap, even a fraction of an inch, can lead this thing to fail, and the water can't be drained. Now comes the real test. It's getting the water out of there. You have to take huge pumps, and they use 5 of them, to remove millions of gallons. And they work around the clock.
While lowering the water, we spent days anxiously watching because the water level was dropping so slowly.
It takes 2 weeks to build the wall, and it takes a full week to get that cofferdam dry.
What begins to emerge is the outline of a sleek, narrow hull. But to examine it in detail, they have to move fast.
There's a problem with draining the water away because it's the water and mud that protected the site in the first place. And the moment you remove it, it instantly starts to decay. And actually, that can be quite a quick process, particularly when you expose timbers to the air for the first time. So the important thing was to keep it wet, but also to cover it with protective canvas. And they did that each time they were excavating the timbers.
The excavators worked painstakingly for 3 months, little by little exposing the vessel's unique hydrodynamic shape. Finally, the 700-year-old galley, the pride of the Venetian fighting fleet and the only one in existence today, is visible in all its glory.
It was amazing to see the beauty of the hull, the internal frames and the benches, seeing it from the stern to the bow, with its sharp lines. It was really emotional, because it was like going back for one moment into a 14th century boatyard.
The team takes measurements. The hull is 120 feet long and just 15 feet wide. For the first time, they can confirm the number and position of oarsmen powering the vessel.
Now, using all the new data from the excavation, we can bring this lost Venetian galley to life.
When you see this extraordinary design slicing through the water, you really get a sense of how these warships made Venice a naval superpower.
The engine of this machine? Muscle power. 140 oarsmen rowing together.
More rowers equals more power. Uniquely, they sat 3 abreast in places, propelling the hydrodynamic hull through the water at an astonishing 6 miles an hour, making this the fastest ship on the seas at the time. And because of this speed and power, a galley could outmaneuver its slower opponents. That's naval superiority.
When a fleet of galleys appeared, with so many oars rowing with an incredible harmonious rhythm, like the wings of a bird, it must have looked fantastic. Really incredible to people who had never seen things like this before.
The crew can even harness the power of a 65-foot-long sail to carry them effortlessly forward when winds are favorable.
Before this galley was excavated, we had no idea how they were made. We had to guess at the design of these vessels. Now we know, from the design of the hull to the power of the oarsmen, these ships were simply years ahead of their time.
They were very maneuverable, sleek, fast war machines.
When the archaeologists are done, they face 2 choices: to raise, recover, and chemically treat it to preserve it at a cost of millions, or put it back in its time capsule. They let the water reclaim the cofferdam and bury the ship once again to preserve it.
"700 years ago, ports across the Venetian Empire would have been filled with hundreds of galleys like the one lying in Venice Lagoon today. Guarding the coast, protecting trade routes, because trade is the beating heart of the Venetian Republic."
If you had visited Venice 700 years ago, you would have found one of the richest markets in the world. Any type of goods could be found in Venice.
And making this trade possible are vast fleets of Venetian merchant ships, sailing to the far reaches of the Mediterranean into Syria.
Historical documents hint that these ships were loaded with riches, filled to the brim with millions of dollars worth of goods. The problem is, there's not many physical examples left in the archaeological record.
So what could a looted wreck discovered off the coast of Croatia reveal about the wealth of ancient Venice?
There was something important, but nobody knew what was actually hiding on the seabed. The second I saw this wreck, I was hooked. Nothing prepared me for its strange attraction.
For 9 years, Irena Radic-Rossi has been diving here, off the coast of Croatia. The reason lies 80 feet below, a shipwreck first discovered and picked over decades ago.
We know for sure that in the early 60s, a fisherman found the shipwreck site. He kept the information for himself for some time, and then somehow other divers came across this find and started to loot it.
Back then, Croatia is part of communist Yugoslavia. And so when they hear about this find and the looting, the government send out a team to take a look.
Although the wreck has been looted, the government team still finds some important artifacts.
Among the most exciting things they found are objects that have a date on them.
2 cannon were brought up, marked with the initials Z and A. And these initials stand for Zuani Alberghetti. And Zuani Alberghetti was actually a very famous bronze gun maker based in Venice. And that makes us think instantly there's a connection between this ship and Venice. But even more incredibly, there's a date inscribed on the cannons in Roman numerals. And that date is 1582. And that's a time when Venice has established her place as the #1 trading city. The place where anything and everything is bought and sold, all at a great profit for the merchants and government. And so if that ship is from around this crucial period of the 1580s, the question is, what else can the ship tell us?
The guns were an important clue for discovering the story of the shipwreck, but of course they didn't tell everything.
Starting in 2012, Irena and her team begin charting the size and scale of the plundered wreck to see if they can figure out what the ship was and how it ended up here.
So I will be working in D18, so that's the plan for today. Okay, let's go.
But with every dive, they face danger.
It is forbidden to dive without the gloves on the side because it is full of toxic material. There's elementary mercury, we have lead carbonate.
Mercury and lead were used back in the 1500s for decorating furniture and as pigments for painting. If the divers touched the liquid mercury underwater with bare skin, it would cause burns. Above the surface, it can vaporize, and if inhaled, can lead to brain damage, even death. Lead poisoning can damage the kidneys and nervous system.
When they come out of the water, they become dangerous. So we have to be very careful.
When you study a wreck, you need to carefully measure it. So we lay out metal grids that allow us to map everything in its place. It's a very meticulous science. It's CSI underwater.
After hundreds of dives over several years, Irena collects enough data to map the wreck's structure. Putting it all together begins to reveal what sort of ship it is.
If we were to drain the water away, what you would see is that this truly is not only a large ship, but you'd get a sense of the scale of the hold. It could carry up to 800 tons of cargo. Now today, that's about 5,000 barrels of oil. So we're talking about the 16th century equivalent of a modern container ship.
Although much of the cargo has been looted, some remains. What was the ship carrying, and what can that reveal about its mission?
Finding a historic wreck with that much cargo on it, that many riches, is actually very, very rare.
Irena Gladys Rossi and her dive team hope the cargo of a 16th century Venetian ship will allow them to unlock its mysteries.
The hope is that we can find out where the ship was going and, crucially, put a name to it.
And a major clue lies in pieces over the seafloor.
The most extraordinary thing they found were window panes, hundreds of them. And they're still bringing them up today.
It was great. Tamar collected some glass down there, and we will see now what is inside. There is a lot of this glass lying everywhere in the surface layer of the site. When it was packed, it was completely transparent. And now, after 4 centuries of lying down on the seabed, the window panes degraded. So this was beautiful glass that was used in nice buildings. In the 16th century, it was quite a luxury product.
To put a name on the wreck, Irena and her team contact the one man who might be able to figure it out. Mauro Bondioli.
And so she asked me to start archive research, not just to identify the wreck, but to reconstruct its whole history.
Mauro gets 2 solid leads: the age of the ship's guns and a list of the artifacts recovered so far. Then he goes looking for more.
The Venetian State Archives is an incredible trove of documents, state papers, correspondence, cargo lists for ships. It's so vast that it has 50 miles of shelves and over 300 rooms. Oftentimes, researchers go there and they will realize they are the first to touch a piece of paper since it was deposited in the archives hundreds of years ago.
Then Mauro discovers a document about 5,000 window panes, so we immediately thought that it must have been our ship.
According to the records, in 1583, a ship leaves Venice loaded with chandeliers, silk, and 5,000 window panes. Its name, the Galleana Grossa.
I discovered that this was a ship that set out from Venice and was destined for Constantinople.
But that makes no sense. Constantinople is the center of Venice's mortal enemy, the Ottomans. Why are they sailing directly into their enemy's backyard? But the story gets even stranger when it's found out who the cargo is meant for. It goes right to the top of the Ottoman Empire.
One of the most interesting things about this wreck is that this document research has confirmed that the cargo was going directly to the Sultan.
The archives reveal that Sultan Murad III is not your typical warrior king. He loves the finer things in life. He has a big, beautiful palace. He also loves women, lots of women. Murad keeps his wives in the harem, a beautiful building decorated with many glass windows. We know that in 1583, the Sultan faces a terrible disaster. A fire burns down his most precious room in the palace, the harem.
The Sultan was very upset about it, so he wanted to reconstruct it as soon as possible. He gave the orders to purchase the material for the reconstruction and ordered 5,000 window panes. and the Senate of Venice decided to load them in Galiana.
Venetian merchants would sell to anyone, even their enemies. And the government would likely turn a blind eye to that. The trade with the Ottomans was filling the coffers. So if this means trading with the enemy, why not?
But the Sultan never got his consignment of glass.
A fraction of the way into its journey, the Galeana Grossa sinks, making it the richest Renaissance wreck in the Mediterranean.
You have to wonder how such a state-of-the-art merchant ship ended up at the bottom of the ocean.
To find out what could have caused the Galeana Grossa cargo ship to sink, the team turns to clues within the archives.
The Venetian archives tell us that the Galeano sails from Venice in late October 1583. That's late in the season, and the ban on sailing in the winter is about to start.
There's a good reason for that ban.
The Adriatic's a dangerous sea at the best of times. It acts like a big funnel, and it channels storms up and along its length, coming in from the mountains. And it makes it treacherous, particularly if you're pushing it into the stormier part of the season.
What happened? Perhaps it took a while to finish the glass and then to load that precious cargo into the ship. If that's the case, it would be a fatal delay.
The Galeana's course would have taken it right through an area nicknamed Little Ocean, renowned for its storms.
What probably happened is that a squall, a storm strikes, and Galeana Rossa, overloaded with all that heavy glass, begins to list, takes on water, and then falls to the bottom of the sea, taking the Sultan's precious cargo with her.
The fate of the Galeana tells a bigger story, and it's really about the demise of Venice as a trading power.
The Galeana sinks at a critical time of change in the Mediterranean.
By the 1580s, you've got the English, you've got the Spanish, building much bigger ships which could survive brutal voyages across the Atlantic, and they begin to take on the trading role that Venice was once so famous for. Venice is teetering on the brink. Her enemies are expanding into her territory.
But the Venetian civilization is brought to its knees, not by guns and swords, but from an invisible, silent enemy that Venice has no defense against. This new deadly force plunges Venetians into a war they have no chance of winning.
For most people, Venice begins and ends with the city and its famous landmarks. But to really know Venice, you have to look in the less glamorous places.
Venetian historian Giovanni Caniato has spent years piecing together the lives of Venetians during the last decades of the Republic.
No one has paid much attention to the island we're headed to, until recently. But I've discovered it hides a disturbing secret. Walking around this island, I discovered a huge building with hundreds and hundreds of inscriptions, drawing traced on the plaster inside the building. Incredible. incredible, fascinating. And the more I looked, the more I found. I wanted to know who wrote these inscriptions, why they did it, and this curiosity made me crazy, and I started looking for documents to understand why certain names were traced on the walls. I had the impression that most of these drawings were strictly related with trade, with goods that were disembarked in this place, and most of them were the initials of a merchant.
Back at the state archives, Giovanni discovers that the mysterious building dates back to 1562.
The archives tell us that this is a warehouse into which merchants store all the goods that are coming by sea. But if that's the case, then you'd expect it to be built in the center of the city or at the port entrance.
Not on some remote island, 2 miles from the city.
When a team of archaeologists starts digging for artifacts in the shadow of the building, the mystery only deepens.
They find skeletons, bones, human remains. So far, they've dug up about 40 skeletons. It takes a long time to record a human skeleton fully, and it can actually be quite an upsetting process, a disturbing process as well. It takes 14 excavators 2 days to work on just one skeleton and record it fully. One of the first things you do with human bone is find out what period it came from. And what's really interesting is they all seem to date from the same period as the building. That means these people died when the building was in use. What was surprising was they were finding that the skeletons weren't whole. They'd been cut in half, legs were removed. And this is quite a macabre discovery.
To figure out if the terrible mutilations were the cause of death, the team carries out a forensic examination.
Looking at the edges of the bones where these bodies had been cut in half, you find that they're brittle, they're fractured, they're jagged. Bone dries out in the soil. It loses collagen, it becomes brittle. And all of these bones have been fractured in a way that showed that this had happened long after death.
There's only one explanation for what they've found. The skeletons must have been dug up and then cut into pieces.
So the question is, then, why dig them up after they'd been buried?
Archaeologists believe the 42 skeletons they found are just the tip of the iceberg.
We don't know what lies under the rest of the island, but the amount of skeletons they've found, that we're probably looking at thousands of skeletons on this site. Layer after layer. Essentially a killing field.
Historian Giovanni Caniato believes clues as to what's behind this mass grave and its brutal burial methods lie in the history books.
From the 14th century on, you begin to see accounts of mass death. Thousands are dying, hundreds a day, and bodies are piling up in the streets. And this fills the population with fear, suspicion. What's causing this? And this is death that spares no one, from the poorest to the richest and the most powerful.
The Venetians don't know what the cause of these terrible outbreaks actually are. But there is one clue. They begin to notice that the ships that are coming in, that often the sailors are getting ill a short time after they dock at the port.
What we now know is that this is the age of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, carried in fleas on rats. And as this plague spreads throughout Europe and kills so many, it will even hit a place like Venice because rats can be found in ships. And it's ironic that for all of the power and the wealth that comes to Venice in the hold of a ship, now comes death, unstoppable death.
Now, for Giovanni, it all comes together. He realizes the merchant's building is much more than a simple warehouse.
Venetians understood that it was a good idea to have a place for people who were suspected to have the plague. And so they created Lazzaretto Nuovo.
Historical records and archaeological findings allow them to rebuild the isolation facility as it was in 1562, revealing the truth about what happened here.
This was an island where all the ships coming into the lagoon would wait for 40 days, 40 in Italian, or quarantine.
This building marks the height of a revolutionary Venetian innovation. It was the world's largest and most sophisticated quarantine building of the 16th century.
It's amazing when you think about it. This is 400 years before germ theory. But here they are figuring out that you need to isolate people and move them away so that they don't spread it. Sound familiar?
For Giovanni and the team of excavators, the mass graves begin to make sense.
So what you see is, with an estimate of over 500 a day dying, this quarantine island now becomes the overflow for the dying and for the dead.
Can you imagine to live in this island with thousands of other people, half of them dying? You couldn't move, you couldn't go out from the building. Armed guards are checking that you don't move, and if you try to run away, you are killed immediately. That was a terrible situation.
And the team realizes even the desecration of the bones serves a chilling purpose.
With hundreds of bodies a day arriving on the island, there just wasn't enough space to bury everyone. So you'd have to cut down into the existing graves there, cutting through bodies, cutting through corpses to create space for new bodies. I mean, this is quite a picture of hell, really, for the people that were working there.
These inscriptions on the wall take on new meaning and poignancy. Whoever wrote these probably didn't realize this would be the last thing they would ever write, and the last trace of them, other than their bones.
But even with the plague island, this unique city-state is brought slowly to its knees.
Nearly a third of the population is gone, practically overnight, and that includes key people. Shipwrights, soldiers, sailors, merchants, all of the people that made Venice great. Venice never recovers her position.
It goes to show just how fragile even great civilizations can be. Their warships allowed them to dominate the seas, giving them control of ports and trade routes. Their merchant vessels sailed from port to port, amassing vast fortunes, making connections around the Mediterranean, all the way to Constantinople. But it's actually those contacts that ended up bringing death to Venice. There was no defense against the plague. All their technology could do nothing about this deadly disease. Essentially, Venice became a victim of its own success.
But Venice adapted. And the Venetians rode out the bubonic plague. Today, their city is one of the most beautiful and most visited in the world. And that speaks to the power of the human spirit. That speaks to resilience. And that speaks to our ability as humans to go through something tough and come out on the other side.
No place on the planet has shaped the world quite like this one. And this bustling, self-confident city has an extraordinary story to tell.
London is an archaeological gold mine.
London's secret ingredient, the mighty River Thames, where its deepest and darkest mysteries lie waiting to be found. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. Why is this one of the most dangerous shipwrecks in the world? Can these century-old remains cast light on London's pirate past?
The Queen and her major advisors, they were all tied up in this violent trade.
And how did London's favorite warship explode into 1,000 pieces? Rich with history and tradition. Today, London is a global center of tourism, fashion, music, and commerce. Home to more than 8 million people, famous for their eccentricity and attitude. And it all starts with fast-flowing water.
The River Thames is absolutely vital to the story of London. Without the River Thames, there will be no London.
For thousands of years, people have lived along the banks of the Thames. But how does the City of London begin? Could some extraordinary ruins hold the answer? As new buildings rise, they expose evidence of the past. On the north bank of the River Thames, in the heart of the financial district, workers digging new foundations unearth something surprising. They call in the experts. The lead archaeologist is Gustav Milne.
Before the new buildings went up, a series of archaeological excavations took place here, and they revealed some amazing discoveries.
When Gustav's team arrives, only part of the remains are exposed.
Archaeological excavations are a bit like crime scene investigations. We like to tape off the area to stop people trampling over it. And we like to record all sorts of information which at the time might not seem relevant.
The best way to see this remarkable find is to drain away the city. The London pavement cracks. Soft alluvial soil begins to crumble away. Based on highly accurate archaeological data, we can peer below the modern city and witness the origins of London. Huge wooden timbers, clearly part of something very big and very old.
We can count the tree rings. This is a system called dendrochronology. We have to slice them up, i.e. chainsaw them, and then look at the distance between each of the rings and match that to a master chronology.
These trees are chopped down almost 2,000 years ago, a time when something very important happened in southern England. The arrival of a superpower.
The Romans came to Britain to asset strip, and they plundered its rich resources, and they were going to use it to sustain the rest of their empire.
The Romans came looking for riches, but what they find is trouble.
Roman Britain was the Wild West of the Roman Empire.
The Roman army builds an imposing settlement on the River Thames, and they call it Londinium. The giant timbers are unique evidence of this moment.
There is no surviving documentary record that tells us when London was founded. We rely entirely on archaeological evidence to build up the real story of Londinium.
Removing even more of the modern city, other clues emerge. The timbers are part of a 7-foot-high wall. Behind it, the remains of Roman buildings.
Those buildings were not residential buildings. They didn't have mosaic floors or hearths in.
So what are these structures for? Clues lie in bore samples taken from soil next to the timber wall.
We found things like ostracods, which are millimeter-sized crustaceans, and diatoms, which are single-celled algal remains.
Many of these creatures thrive in tidal estuaries. But the archaeological site is over 300 feet from the modern estuary river. The explanation: in Roman times, the Thames was much wider and ran right alongside this timber wall.
If only you could remove all these buildings, drain the River Thames, you would get a perfect view of what we found.
The wall is a Roman quayside, almost 200 feet long, set alongside 10 stone buildings. Gustav's team hasn't just found some ancient pieces of wood. They've discovered the site of the city's first major harbor facility. Now it's possible to recreate the first port of London as it looked in the late 1st century AD. On its north bank, the Thames floods back to its ancient original width. And Londinium rises from the tidal mud. Cargo ships from all over the known world unload along the wooden quayside. Along 10 large stone warehouses, where goods are stored and processed.
Roman London is an emporia. It's a place of trade, and therefore the port is absolutely vital.
The port gives London power and importance. A place to live and defend. It transforms a simple river settlement into a thriving town.
We often get obsessed about Roman temples and amphitheaters, but actually building a port is the thing that really makes Britain work.
But for London to become the dominant Roman city of Britain, it needs something else. Close to the dock, archaeologists unearth more game-changing evidence that's been hidden for centuries. The drained site reveals what they found. Part of a 20-foot rectangular wooden box.
The timbers were felled in about 85 AD or thereabouts.
The new structure is also Roman and around the same age as the dock. But what is it? Gustav turns to other archaeological evidence found nearby. Remnants of Roman roads right across London. One runs close to the wooden box and stops dead at the river's northern bank. Another does the same on the southern bank. Solid proof of a river crossing, but not by boat.
We think that the timber structure was a pier base for a Roman bridge.
Now, using all of the latest research, we can run the clock backwards and highlight the crowning glory of Roman London. The first ever permanent Thames crossing stretches for over 12,000 feet. The 20-foot wide superstructure is supported by 20 massive timber piers, with bases like the one found by Gustav's team. There's nothing else like it in Roman Britain. It's an ancient engineering marvel. A marvel that rises from the ashes of war. In 60 AD, Queen Boudica and her powerful tribe rebel against Roman rule and burn London to the ground. After finally defeating her in battle, the Romans rebuilt their city.
So London becomes the provincial capital because London is the place where all the rebuilding starts for Roman Britain.
The bridge is a key part of this rebuilding program, sending a message about the enduring power of Rome.
This is monumentalization on a huge scale for the Romans, saying, we are here, we're controlling this river crossing, this is our provincial capital.
Incredibly, it's the city's only bridge for almost 1,000 years. It's what ties London and the rest of Roman Britain together, cementing London's place as the centerpiece of the country, and along with the nearby port, kick-starting the city's remarkable growth. 1,400 years later, and London is still going strong. Its success now fueled by violent, swashbuckling adventurers. Can some mysterious remains in the Thames estuary expose one of its darkest secrets? Just as in Roman times, the modern River Thames is London's transport artery. Today, the heavyweight shipping action happens 20 miles out of town, in the Thames estuary. Every year, giant vessels carry 50 million tons of cargo through these dangerously shallow tidal waters.
And we're now outbound for Sea Reach 4.
The Thames is patrolled by the Port of London Authority, or PLA, monitoring the ever-changing riverbed to keep shipping channels clear. In 2003, a PLA survey vessel discovers a mysterious object in the busy Prince's Channel.
What we're looking at here is an area in the Prince's Channel which we're going to dredge. We'd surveyed it. We'd found something that didn't look quite right, and that's this relatively small obstruction.
Further sonar scans reveal it's a shipwreck.
These are man-made structures we're looking up here, and they turned out to be the ribs of the ship. That's when it all got very exciting, and that's when all the follow-up investigations started to happen.
The PLA calls in archaeologist Jens Auer.
Everything was mysterious in the beginning. Unknown wreck. Where is it from? What could it be? What did it carry? I can remember my first dive very well. Couldn't see very much. And it looked extremely confusing. There were timbers everywhere and bits of metal everywhere. And because of the strong currents, things are moving around constantly.
Despite the challenging conditions, Jens immediately knows that the wreck is very old. But what is it? Why is it here? The poor visibility and fast currents make it difficult to get the full picture. But now, using dive survey data and powerful computer software, we can make the Thames estuary drain away and expose a remarkable sight. As the murky waters recede, part buried in shifting sands, an 80-foot skeleton. Floor timbers and adjoining frames remain. To an expert, its design gives clues to its age.
This type of construction, this joining of the frames and some other features in the construction, little details, they sort of pointed to the 16th century.
In the 16th century, England is ruled by ruthless Tudor monarchs. Under their command, London's wealth and global ambition skyrockets. The mystery wreck is a chance to learn more about this dramatic age. So Jens wants to identify it. Between the ship's timbers, he finds some striking clues. Tin, lead ingots, and iron bars. It's carrying a small fortune in metal.
The cargo told us that we were looking at a merchant vessel.
But exploring the drained wreck further reveals this is no ordinary trading ship. In the nearby sand, cannons. Engraved on one of the guns, the initials TG, and the symbol of a grasshopper.
Did some research and found out that TG stands for Thomas Gresham, Sir Thomas Gresham.
Sir Thomas Gresham is a key figure in 16th century London. One of the men who first turned England into a global powerhouse.
Thomas Gresham was one of the greatest financiers of his day. He was an entrepreneur and a very successful one at that.
In 1566, Gresham establishes England's first purpose-built trading center, called the Royal Exchange. It's such an important moment for the country that it's opened by Queen Elizabeth herself. studying the wreck in greater detail reveals something astonishing. Gun ports.
Just over there is where the gun port was. So you can imagine that Gresham was positioned on this deck here, and shooting out through the gun port, which is just here.
The merchant vessel isn't trading cannon, it's armed with them. Now, using Jens' forensic research, we can dial back time and restore this relic of Elizabethan London to her former glory. Rising from her resting place, a state-of-the-art 16th century merchantman. A 115 feet long. Weighing 200 tons. Carrying over a dozen cannon. An ocean-going trader from a time when England is making its presence felt on the world stage.
Ships were the most advanced means of transporting and of communicating. You could compare it to a rocket nowadays.
But why does a merchant ship need so many guns? The answer exposes the brutal truth that lies behind London's rise to power. Identifying the 16th century mystery wreck might explain why it's armed. Investigator Jens Auer asks archaeologist Gustav Milne for help.
We have got a little bit of litigation, which we found.
In 1603, a similar-sized vessel sinks just outside London in the Prince's Channel.
And the name of the ship is the Cherubim. It was what we call a levanter. That is to say, a merchantman which sailed to Turkey and back with the Levant Company.
The Cherubim isn't owned by Thomas Gresham, but there is a connection. The Levant Company uses cannon from Gresham's iron foundry. But why would it need them?
If it wasn't just a levanter, it was a privateer, or pirate, whatever you want to call it, yeah. In 1591, it joined the Azores campaign to attack with its guns Spanish galleons coming back from the Caribbean with bullion in it.
Like other English vessels of her time, the Cherubim is also a part-time pirate ship. Targeting England's enemies and looting their treasure.
The world had first been conquered by the Spanish and the Portuguese, who towards the end of the 16th century came together in a single empire. So if England wanted to play a part in this increasingly global trade, she had to play catch-up. She had to raid the empires that already existed. The Queen and her major advisors, the Lord Admiral, they were all tied up in this violent trade.
Some of the most famous English sea captains are also part-time pirates. Or, to use the politer phrase, sea dogs.
When Francis Drake sailed around the world, he made a profit for his investors, including the Queen, of 4,700%. You're talking about the equivalent, really, of billions of pounds by modern standards. This was big money indeed, and the fruits of piracy were very good.
By the late 16th century, between 10 and 15% of all the goods brought into the Port of London are the result of privateering, making the city, the crown, and merchants like Thomas Gresham filthy rich. But the Cherubim's buccaneering adventures come to a sudden end in 1603. Leaving London heavy with a valuable cargo, she's caught in a storm in the Thames estuary and disappears from view for centuries. Fast forward 60 years. London is a center of world trade and opportunity, its population swelling from 200,000 to 350,000. The era of state piracy is over. And now it's England's turn to be the target of greedy rival powers. To protect her merchants, the Royal Navy must expand fast. Can these shattered remains explain how Britannia came to rule the waves? In 2005, a Port of London survey ship is scanning the riverbed when its sonar picks up something big.
Just coming up to it now, Paul. There's the wreck.
The remains are 40 miles from London, in the Thames estuary. Archaeologist Alison James and diver Steve Ellis investigate. Their job is to find out whether the site is historically important.
We're taking the clues that we find, in this case on the seabed, because we're working underwater, and using it to build up a picture of the wreck, so every single clue could be very significant.
They use a side scan sonar to gather more information.
This is the data that's coming from the towfish.
It's just like one massive underwater jigsaw puzzle, and it's just a challenge. I love it.
Okay, diver into water. Go on, let's do.
Visibility is down to, I would say, 30 centimetres.
It takes a certain type of diver to want to dive in the Thames. Visibility is fairly poor. It's highly tidal, and the location of the vessel does make it a challenging environment to dive.
First, giant timbers come into view. Then, something intriguing.
All right, I just want to deploy the shield here. There's enough water here.
Along with cannonballs, personal belongings litter the seabed. A sailor's clay pipe. A navigational divider. There's evidence everywhere. The best way to make sense of this underwater jigsaw puzzle is to see all the pieces clearly. As the estuary water pours away, the carcass of an old wooden ship emerges into the light once again. A 65-foot section of the hull lies semi-buried in silt. It was once a large vessel, but now it's in pieces. Inside the main section of the hull, shoes, books, and a sundial compass. All signs that passengers and crew had little time to escape. Back on shore, specialists try to ID the wreck. by analyzing relics pulled from the riverbed. Ramrods, cannonballs, all examined in forensic detail. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence: leather shoes.
We have a large number of shoes which are of a very similar construction and style, and they're very typical for the 17th century.
It's incredibly special to be able to find a 17th century vessel lying on the seabed in this country.
And records reveal that one heavily armed warship did sink in these waters in the 17th century. And appropriately, she's called the London.
The London is the only candidate of the right size and scale and period that's in the vicinity.
In the mid-17th century, England's rulers invest heavily in the Navy to protect trade.
If England was going to be a great power, it had to be a naval power.
Calling one of England's latest warships the London is a symbol of the city's ever-growing influence.
The London is a heavyweight bruiser. It's going to go forward, it's going to smash the enemy.
So how did such a heavyweight champion end up at the bottom of the estuary? The drained wreck reveals a clue. The ship is in pieces. One fragment and some cannon lie 1,300 feet from the main body of the wreck. The vessel has been ripped apart.
It is really clear that a catastrophic event has occurred.
So catastrophic that the ship's plight is recorded in one of the most famous diaries of the age. Written by the Secretary to the Admiralty, Samuel Pepys.
This morning is brought me to the office the sad news of the London, in which Sir J. Lawson's men were all bringing her from Chatham to the Hope, and thence she suddenly blew up. About 24 men and a woman that were in the roundhouse and coach saved, the rest, being above 300, drowned.
But in friendly waters, what could have caused such a devastating explosion? In the mid-17th century, England and Holland are at war. The London is preparing for a battle in the English Channel when it suddenly blows up. Archaeologists want to know why. Clues lie inside the wreck. Buried in one small section, a gunner's kit, breaching ropes to reduce recoil, hand spikes to move the cannon, and lint stocks to help fire the guns. But the equipment is not located near the gun stations, where it would be on a ship ready for battle.
We'd expect to find a handspike, a linstock by every cannon, effectively, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing everything in one very small area.
One possibility is that the items are still in storage.
We found all of these things in a relatively small area, possibly the gunner's store, but it clearly shows the ship was not ready for war.
With the help of historical records, it's possible now to dial back the centuries and reveal the anatomy of a disaster.
The London was making its way up to the Hope from Chatham, where it would have taken on board senior officers ready to set sail and take part in the war.
With the leaders due on board shortly, the crew urgently prepares the ship.
This is a very busy ship, getting ready to go to war, with large amounts of gunpowder on board and a huge hive of activity.
No one knows what, but something causes a fire.
It's very cramped conditions. The men are working in deck areas with very low ceilings that would have been lit by candles. They may have been smoking.
The fire quickly spreads to the magazine, packed with 12 tons of gunpowder. After the London disaster, the Royal Navy standardizes tactics, procedures, and equipment to try to improve safety.
Because of accidents like the London, they started to introduce tests to have more professional officers. So you really start to see the Navy changing after the loss of the London.
The Royal Navy evolves into one of the greatest military forces ever to go to sea. And it's this maritime strength that allows Britain to build a vast empire. London continues to grow spectacularly. By 1840, 2 million people live in the city, making it the biggest and most powerful in the world. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, Britain's power draws her into numerous conflicts. Some very close to home. One and a half miles off the coast of Kent is a rusting hulk that still threatens London today. Naval architect Dr. Nick Bradbeer has spent his life studying ships. But he's never been face to face with one as deadly as this.
Right now, I'm out in the Thames estuary, and just over there, we can see the 3 masts still above the waves. These buoys mark the edge of the exclusion zone, inside which boats are not allowed to enter.
The semi-submerged vessel is a permanent hazard to passing ships.
The wreck is monitored by CCTV constantly to avoid the risk of somebody coming out and colliding with it.
What kind of ship is this? Why is it here? And why is it so dangerous? Diving is difficult, visibility appalling. But using 3D scan data, we can reveal explosive secrets hidden under the water. The metal hull of an enormous 14,000-ton cargo ship emerges. The SS Richard Montgomery. Unseen for 75 years, from a time when London is in the front line of a global war. In 1940, Nazi Germany has taken over much of Europe. Next, Hitler's Air Force, the Luftwaffe, targets Britain.
What the Germans were trying to do was starve Britain out because Britain depended on overseas supplies. So therefore, if you could destroy the docks and if you could stop shipping coming up and down the Thames, then you would really affect the British economy and hopefully coerce Britain into a political settlement with Hitler.
The Thames becomes a battlefield. Cargo ships entering the estuary must run the risk of Nazi fire. The details from the drained wreck suggest that the Richard Montgomery is not a victim of an enemy attack. She's lying in 2 pieces, with a clean break. The damage is not typical of World War II bombs, torpedoes, or sea mines. The drained wreck site reveals a clue. She's sitting astride a large sandbank. To an expert, the Montgomery's design is familiar. It's called a Liberty ship. And Dr. Nick Bradbeer believes this could shed light on why it sank. Liberty ships are American-made. An emergency response to the large number of merchant ships being sunk by the enemy. U.S. shipyards produce over 2,700 Liberty ships during World War II. The most ever made to a single design. The quickest build takes just 4.5 days from start to finish. Liberty ships helped break Hitler's stranglehold of Europe.
They were vital components of the Allied merchant fleet that effectively provided the foundations of victory.
But building quick and cheap leads to problems.
Liberty ships have a couple of well-known design flaws. They were made of a grade of steel, which became quite brittle in low temperatures.
The ships are not riveted, but welded together, which makes them weaker.
Some Liberty ships simply broke in half at sea.
Delving into historical records, Nick pieces together the Montgomery's last voyage. August 1944. The ship leaves Hog Island, Philadelphia. After crossing the Atlantic, it joins a convoy in the Thames estuary, destined for France. While moored up, strong tidal currents cause her to drag her anchor.
She ran aground with her aft end on a sandbar, and that probably didn't damage her very badly. But that stuck her in place.
As the tide goes out, the 7,000 tons of cargo in the ship's hold is no longer supported by water.
She started to bend, and then eventually bent beyond her ability to withstand.
Under high stress, the deck plates fracture. As time passes, the fracture grows until the ship rips apart. Just one question remains. What is it about this wreck that makes it so dangerous? The answer lies in her deadly cargo. The wreck of the Montgomery endangers shipping and lives. The drained vessel explains why. Some of her cargo can be glimpsed through cracks in the hull. Bombs. Further research uncovers the full inventory of explosives. Almost 300 2,000-pounders. Over 10 times as many 1,000-pounders. And 2,500 cluster bombs. In total, 1,400 tons of explosives lying at the bottom of the Thames.
Given the combination of the amount of explosives still on the ship and the location of the ship, I would say she is probably the most dangerous ship in British waters.
To make matters worse, the wreck lies just 1.5 miles from the town of Sheerness and 4 miles from a huge natural gas terminal.
It's been suggested it could be the biggest non-nuclear explosion in peacetime. People have actually left the island in fear that something was going to happen.
It wouldn't be the first time a Liberty ship explodes. In 1944, U.S. war operations continued to expand. Liberty ships, many packed with ammunition, set off around the world. Near San Francisco, the SS E.A. Bryan and the SS Quinault Victory are being loaded with ammunition when they both explode. 320 died. And in the Philippines, the Liberty ship SS John Burke is hit by a kamikaze aircraft, causing the explosives on board to detonate. 68 are killed. So, could the Montgomery also blow? More clues lie in the drained wreck. Close examination reveals a disintegrating deckhouse. And a collapsing deck plate. Failing parts of the ship could eventually hit or dislodge the bombs. Whether it's enough to cause them to detonate, and what the impact of what such an explosion would be, is impossible to know.
Lots of people have looked at this, but nobody can give you a guarantee about anything.
To avoid a disaster, the British government's policy is to cordon off and monitor the wreck.
It's a difficult situation to know what to do. The risk always has to be balanced between doing something and that potentially actually making the situation worse, or doing nothing and monitoring.
Nothing's happened much in the last 70 years, that's a fact. And trying to predict the future is difficult. I think if it's monitored and it's managed sensibly, it will be fine.
Bloodshed, piracy, ruthless ambition, and war. The story of London has it all. And whatever fate has in store, this city and its adaptable, enterprising people will be at the heart of a world they helped create. The mighty Spanish Armada fights the navy of Queen Elizabeth during a bloody campaign that will echo through history.
It's a sea battle that changed the balance of world power for 300 years.
For many centuries, evidence of the Armada and its shocking fate has been lying undiscovered on the seafloor. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. Can these twisted timbers reveal why two kingdoms went to war?
These ships provided the vital sea lines of communication for the first great maritime empire.
Can evidence from an iconic shipwreck explain a naval revolution? And does a mysterious discovery off the coast of Ireland explain the Armada's grisly fate?
It is treasure, all of it, because it tells us so much.
Fiery beacons spread the warning. The day of reckoning has dawned. The Spanish and English battle for command of the seas. For 9 tumultuous days, when the smoke clears, a proud empire is humbled, and a new superpower is born. Rivalry between England and Spain began many years before and is shrouded in mystery. For centuries, archaeologists struggled to find evidence from this time. That changes with a discovery, not in Europe, but 2,500 miles away in Red Bay. A remote harbor in the far frozen north of Canada that opens onto the wild Atlantic. Led by clues found in 16th century documents, maritime archaeologist Robert Grenier comes here looking for evidence of a Spanish ship.
I got in the water. I could see that there was something there. I went down and started to fan with my hands, moving the water. That clears the mud over what was there. I could see some faint lines about a quarter-inch thick. I could figure out what they were.
If these icy waters do conceal a Spanish shipwreck, why would it be here, 2,500 miles from home? Robert assembles a team to investigate. They meticulously record the size and shape of every piece of wreckage and realize that they've found something extraordinary.
We knew we had something of great interest. Finding a wreck of that importance as remote as here, as far as here.
Using all the data gathered by the dive team, it's now possible to drain Red Bay dry. To expose the nearly complete remains of a sailing ship. Her decks have collapsed, but her hull is almost intact. Robert's first task is to date it. Deep inside the drained wreck, a single clue, nestled among the timbers. The delicate fragments of an hourglass. It's an incredibly rare discovery, used from medieval times to measure time on ships. And there's more treasure. A compass. And an astrolabe, a device for measuring latitude. Instruments that help sailors to use the stars to navigate. All commonly found on 16th century European ships.
We have quite a complete navigation system. It was the oldest ever found on a shipwreck at the time.
The discoveries confirm that the wreck is over 400 years old. And a closer look at the ship's remains uncovers a new and remarkable detail. Removing the collapsed decks reveals that the entire length of the hull is made up of V-shaped timbers. But these timbers have not been joined together. They have been carefully grown into the perfect shape. Discovering such an unusual shipbuilding style gives the team a lead and takes them 2,500 miles east across the Atlantic Ocean to Spain and the port of Pasaya. This bustling town in the Basque region of Spain carries on a tradition of shipbuilding that began over 500 years ago. It's here they make the first vessels that circumnavigate the globe and secure the Americas for their king. Today, master builder Xavier Agote is keeping the tradition alive. He and his team are building a 16th century Basque galleon, using the materials and methods of the time.
Our oak forests were specially managed to provide the right timbers with the exact shape for shipbuilding. As a result, they would obtain timbers like this one with a very nice grain, and that was very necessary to sail across the Atlantic Ocean and to reach North America.
The timbers still grown and worked in Pasaya are the exact same design and shape as those on the wreck in Red Bay. Historical records held nearby at the ancient University of Oñati complete the story. A 16th century document with details of a ship that sailed to North Canada. Her name was San Juan. She left Pasaya in 1565 and never returned.
Finding archaeological evidence of Spain's maritime activities, particularly as it entered the world stage, is rare. When we do find those traces, they can be very revealing.
Discovering the name of the ship leads to the most important question of all. Why would she cross the Atlantic to the frozen wastes of North America? More clues lie inside the drained wreck. The hull is covered in small, thin pieces of timber and scattered around metal hoops. The broken remains of barrels.
I passed my hand over the little planks, and it was a greasy deposit, and I was puzzled by this.
The San Juan seems to be a cargo ship packed with barrels full of grease. Something nearby helps explain what it is. Removing the collapsed decks of the ship exposes the fragments of 4 smaller crafts. One of them, a specialized hunting boat called a chalupa.
Never expected to find a complete chalupa because normally they are very quickly eaten away by pterodactyl worms. They vanish. So to find a complete chalupa like this was amazing.
Chalupas are fast and maneuverable, specially designed to carry men wielding harpoons. Evidence of their prey is scattered across the drained seabed. Whale bones. These chalupas are used to catch whales. Their blubber is then processed into oil, loaded onto barrels, and shipped to Europe. The full, astonishing story is now clear. In the 16th century, Red Bay is no quiet backwater. She's a global center for whale oil production. Robert Grenier hasn't just found a shipwreck. He's discovered evidence of one of the first industrial sites in North America.
It was an important trade. The provision of whale oil, which was very important for lighting the houses, soap. This was the equivalent of Saudi Arabia of the time.
The San Juan carries the whale oil back to Europe. Her crew calls it liquid gold. And with good reason. Each successful trip nets over $8 million in today's money. And 15 ships, just like the San Juan, make this trip each year. But this is just one tiny fortune on a continent packed with treasure. After Columbus discovers the Americas in 1492, the Spanish develop a huge network of trade routes. With tobacco plantations in Cuba, sugar from Brazil, and vast quantities of silver and gold looted and mined from Mexico and Peru, made possible by forcing the locals into slavery and shipping over more enslaved men and women from West Africa.
Spain was the great superpower of the 16th century. It was kept going by a very large fleet of ships. These ships are the sinews of the Spanish Empire.
The trade in gold and silver alone is worth $10 trillion in today's money, making Spain one of the wealthiest and most powerful countries in Europe. So rich, she gilds her churches in silver and gold, all made possible by ships like the San Juan.
Without these ships, Spain would not be rich, and making money was what the Spanish Empire was all about.
But Spain's fabulous wealth attracts greedy rivals, ready to muscle in. Including one with plans to break Spain's monopoly on Atlantic trade. England, ruled by Elizabeth I. She bans Spanish imports, including whale oil, and raises the stakes even higher, risking everything in a showdown with the world's most powerful empire. It's 1588. Queen Elizabeth is making England rich with a new policy. She gives sea captains a license to attack Spanish merchant ships and steal their cargo. Then she takes a healthy cut of the profits. One expedition alone makes her enough money to pay off the entire national debt. It's state piracy.
English maritime affairs was dominated by what I sometimes call the pirate mafia, which began with the Queen. The only way the English could expand their maritime activities was to engage in this kind of armed robbery at sea.
The English defend the policy in the name of their Protestant religion, meaning Philip II of Spain, protector of the Catholic faith in Europe, now has two reasons to settle the score: money and God. His admirals prepare a massive fleet, La Grande y Felicissima Armada, the Great and Fortunate Armada, brimming with confidence, and carried out with the blessing of the Catholic Church. 130 ships set sail, among them a flotilla of the Empire's best galleons. On board, 180 priests and 19,000 soldiers armed with over 2,000 guns. For centuries, historians puzzled over King Philip's plans. Is he simply out to crush England's pirates, or does he have something far more devastating in mind? "800 miles to the north of Spain, at Kinigo Bay, along the wild northern coast of Ireland, can a remarkable discovery cast light on the real story of the Armada. When local divers find what looks like ship's timbers, they call in expert marine archaeologist Colin Martin, and he immediately understands their excitement.
What I saw as my head went under the water was this enormous bronze gun with the full arms of Philip II of Spain. And it was almost as though I'd been transported back in time 400 years.
Colin and the dive team search for more clues beneath the water, carefully logging every detail. Archaeologists have had little chance to study Armada wrecks. Could this be one? By using the dive team's data, it's possible to see clearly what lies beneath Kinigo Bay for the first time. The wild Atlantic drains away, exposing a mass of wreckage. Ships' timbers spread along the seafloor. And lost, for hundreds of years, more guns.
Among the finds were 3 magnificent bronze cannons, all slightly different, still lying on the seabed, very visibly.
Every cannon is stamped with a unique mark that records its weight.
These guns were listed in Spanish documents, and each one of them was identified by its exact weight.
Comparing the weight of the recovered guns with details in the Spanish naval inventory reveals the name of this mystery vessel: La Trinidad Balancera. A large Mediterranean merchant vessel pressed into service by King Philip. She's one of the most important ships in the Armada, armed with 42 guns, carrying 281 soldiers and 79 crew, weighing 1,100 tons, one of the biggest ships in the fleet. It's an amazing discovery, and it gives historians a unique insight into Philip's plans. At the drained wreck site, something surprising. Next to the bronze cannons lie the wheels of their gun carriages. They are heavy and unwieldy, clearly not designed for use at sea.
The main reason we knew that the guns weren't to be used in the naval battle was that they were stowed complete with their carriages. These were not ship guns, they were guns for land campaigning, siege artillery.
La Trinidad Balancera hasn't come just to shoot it out in the English Channel. The cannons in her hold point to a much more ambitious plan. And the drained sands of Kinigo Bay offer up another clue. Half embedded in the sandy seabed.
This, to me, is the most remarkable and precious thing that was found on the wreck. It's a Chinese porcelain bowl of the Ming dynasty, shipped all the way to Seville, and from there into the hands of a Spanish nobleman who would be taking it as part of his household effects to England.
A status symbol to grace an elegant home. Whoever owns it clearly plans to stay in England. Along with the siege cannons, it's clear evidence that the Armada has come to invade, conquer, and occupy.
Only regime change would stop the English engaging in their piratical raids, and that was the aim.
After over 2 years of preparation and 8 days at sea, the Armada nears the English Channel. 130 Spanish ships, including the mighty Trinidad Balancera. Their objective is to storm the beaches of southern England. But first, they must join forces with 27,000 invasion troops waiting in northern France. The English commanders know that if the all-powerful Spanish army gets ashore, King Philip will be halfway to victory. To stop him, they have just 60 fighting ships. A life or death battle for Queen and country is about to begin. How will Elizabeth's captains fight back? The answer lies inside one of the most famous shipwrecks of all time. England's land army is no match for the Spanish, and her fleet is outnumbered. But her sea captains do have two things in their favor: new weapons and radical new tactics. Just how radical can be seen 140 miles away near Portsmouth, on board one of the most famous shipwrecks ever discovered, the Mary Rose. The favorite warship of Queen Elizabeth's father, Henry VIII. She is lost in battle in 1545. The cause, a mystery for many centuries. When she's found, archaeologists uncover a treasure trove of information about the English Navy from more than 40 years before the Armada even set sail. Now, the dive team's research and the underwater scan data is combined with ongoing archaeological work after she is famously raised from the depths, making it possible to reveal the Mary Rose exactly as she was first discovered. As the sea flows away, it opens a remarkable window into the past. The Mary Rose, extraordinarily well preserved. And buried within her, clues that reveal how the English are changing the way they fight sea battles. Her exposed port side is worn away to reveal the decks. Scattered around, long, thin chests. When the dive team opens them, they make a near miraculous discovery. English longbows, one of the most feared weapons of the medieval age. In perfect condition.
So here they are, beautifully preserved. You can see the condition. I mean, they look new. They honestly look new. The only collection of archery equipment we have from the medieval period is here on the Mary Rose.
The longbows show that the Mary Rose was equipped for a traditional sea battle.
In the medieval period in northern waters, the classic form of naval warfare was to put castles on basically merchant ships. These became fortresses, and you put archers on the castles, and it was very much a land battle at sea.
Each archer can fire up to 12 armor-piercing arrows a minute, clearing the way for soldiers to grapple and board enemy ships. For over 1,000 years, this has been the standard form of naval warfare. And it's exactly how the admirals of the Spanish Armada planned to attack the English. Their 19,000 elite troops stand ready to grapple and board. But the Mary Rose contains key evidence that the English Navy is changing and embracing new technology. Specifically, these. The Mary Rose is carrying 91 cannons, 15 made of bronze.
We have these finest cast bronze guns. This has a bore of about 100 millimeters or so it would have taken a shot that would have weighed up to 10 pounds. This probably weighs just over a ton.
Bronze guns are powerful, but a shortage of the right metal forces King Henry to adapt. And it's these other weapons found on the Mary Rose that are more significant. A range of firearms, from cannons to handguns, all made in a new way.
Here we have the first attempts to mass produce a gun in cast iron. You can see there's a cast line around it. But what this is saying is Henry was A, trying to come up with cheaper guns in cast iron, and B, just attempting to harness the technology.
As well as cast iron handguns, the Tudors developed wrought iron cannons.
They discovered ways of making iron that was strong enough to stand the stresses of a gun being fired. And this was a huge improvement in that it made powerful guns a good deal cheaper.
Each wrought iron gun is less than 1/10 of the cost of a bronze gun. Meaning Henry's favorite warship can pack a bigger punch. The Tudor Navy calls their new iron guns port pieces. The Mary Rose has 12 of them, each one mounted on a small, low-profile carriage. Easy to reload, all made to the same standard. They require a change in ship design, with decks specifically strengthened to hold weighty cannons. When the Mary Rose is built in 1511, records show she hasn't got a single port piece on board. But in the drained wreck, there are port pieces scattered across 2 of her decks. Evidence that Henry was so serious about naval gunnery that he made his shipbuilders increase the firepower and strength of one of his best warships.
It's on that brink of change of ships from being troop carriers to gun platforms. It has certainly some of the most sophisticated and modern weapons of its time.
The gun changes war at sea. Ships go from being floating castles to being vessels capable of destroying another ship.
But embracing new ideas too quickly can be dangerous. When the French attack the English coast in 1545, the Mary Rose sails into battle. She fires one salvo, turns, and immediately sinks.
You do get a number of reports that say suddenly a wind came up. She again turned, and in turning was, a gust of wind heeled her over.
When a ship heels, its side tips towards the waterline. That's only a problem if seawater can enter the ship. And on board the Mary Rose, there's one very obvious way that can happen.
To put big guns into ships, you had to put them in the hull. And so the gun port was born. The problem with gun ports was how low down in the ship could you put them? If the gun ports are too close to the waterline and the ship heels, and sailing ships heel because of their sails, then there's the danger that water can come in through the gun ports.
And at the drained wreck site, a clue. The gun ports are clearly visible, and they are all open. Piecing together the evidence, what happens is now clear. The Mary Rose heads into battle against the French, her high castles packed with archers. She fires her starboard guns. She turns to fire from her portside guns. A gust of wind makes her heel over. Unstable from so many soldiers, guns, and ammunition, she heels too far. Water pours into the open gun ports. In minutes, she capsizes. taking all but 30 of her 415 crew to their deaths. 43 years later, as the Spanish Armada approaches Plymouth, the English fleet is about to show that they have built on the legacy of the Mary Rose. They ditch hand-to-hand combat and focus purely on the firepower of their guns. Will it be enough to save England from invasion? Plymouth, off England's south coast, 130 ships of the Armada come face to face with England's 100. As the battle begins, the Spanish try to get close, looking to board and capture the English warships. But Elizabeth's captains have other ideas.
In their piratical operations, the English develop standoff gunnery warfare, concentrating much more on gunnery, on knocking the enemy to pieces.
It's a test of English tactics. If they get too close, they risk hand-to-hand combat with an overwhelming force of Spanish soldiers. If they stay too far, the guns will do little damage. But they have the perfect ships for the job. Transformed since the Mary Rose, the castles have gone. Instead, they're packed with guns, sleek and maneuverable. The fastest warships in the world.
The tactics the English developed as pirates to come in shooting prove effective against the Spanish Armada.
Ships would charge at each other, a bit like cavalry, and then they would fire, turn, fire again, move away, reload, and come back.
Making Elizabeth's navy fast enough to hit and run. They fire over 2,000 shots to Spain's 750. Shattering masts and tearing holes through splintered wooden hulls, driving the Armada along the coast. 2 days later, there's a second battle. 75 miles away at Portland Bill. It's a critical moment. And the English take more risks. They come in closer, putting themselves at risk of being boarded. But this time when they fire, they cause more damage. The Spanish have naval guns too, plenty of them. And one of the biggest mysteries of the Armada is why they're not as effective as the English guns. Nearly 400 miles away, in Ireland's Kinnigo Bay, can the drained wreck of La Trinidad Balancera reveal the answer? Spread across the site, guns for a sea battle and lots of ammunition. But how well was it used? Like many of the ships of the Armada, La Trinidad Balancera is requisitioned for war by King Philip. Such a disparate fleet carries a huge range of weapons.
When we started to find quite large quantities of cannonballs, we were struck by the wide range of calibers, of diameters of the balls.
Unlike their enemy, the Spanish have no standardized guns. It means that in the heat of battle, it can be hard to find the right shot for the right gun, so they rely on a measuring gauge.
You check against a ball, and if it goes through just nicely, as this one does, then you've got the right shot for this particular gun. And at the level of the poor gunners on board the ships, they were frequently finding not this, where they were the right size, but this, where they weren't.
And the Spanish captains face other problems.
He then started to look at the way the Spaniards used their guns, operated their guns. We were helped by the discovery of the carriages that the ships had been using to mount their guns for sea warfare.
The gun and carriage can span 19 feet, over half the width of a ship's deck.
The Spaniards seem to have had cumbersome two-wheeled carriages with long trails, which were quite difficult to bring in to reload.
All of this means that the two sides fight very differently.
The Spanish tend, it would appear, not to see the gun as a powerful weapon for seaborne combat. Although they do have guns at sea, they don't fire them very often.
They, the English, were firing twice as quickly as the Spaniards. It's like having twice as many guns if you can fire them in half the time.
The second battle lasts over 2 hours. The English inflict the most damage, but the Armada remains largely intact, and its large galleons are still a powerful threat.
It's extremely difficult to sink a wooden ship with cannon fire. You need to batter away at it. Insofar as breaking up the actual fleet, which held together, protecting itself, the English effectively were powerless.
The Armada heads to northern France, where 27,000 fresh and well-trained Spanish soldiers await, ready to join the fleet and try to land in England. Back in Kinigo Bay, can the wreck of La Trinidad Balancera explain why that invasion never happened? The Armada drops anchor, but the troops aren't ready to board. So the Spanish are forced to wait, close together in the face of a gathering storm. This gives the English an unexpected opportunity, and they use it to unleash a terrifying new weapon: hell burners. 8 of their own ships, packed with explosives, set on fire and aimed right at the heart of the Armada.
The English took their opportunity, sent in fire ships, caused the Armada to break formation.
Now, the English captains can pick their enemies off, one ship at a time. At daybreak, they pounce. After the first 2 clashes, the English know they can fire at 100 feet without being boarded, an advantage they now exploit to the fore. Disabling 4 of Spain's best galleons and damaging many more. The battle rages for 9 hours. Nearly 2,000 Spanish soldiers and sailors are left dead or injured. Their invasion attempt is over. Damaged by enemy fire, packed with injured and dying men, the surviving ships of the Armada run for home. But only 60 ships will ever make it back. In Ireland, the drained wreck site of La Trinidad Balancera reveals how one of the mightiest ships of the Armada ended her days. The surviving timbers are scattered and spread across a rocky reef. It's a clue that helps to explain what happened after the epic battle against the English.
Well, the Spanish Armada, when it failed in its objective, decided to return home by sailing right round the top of the British Isles.
Thrusting the Spanish into the path of a new and even more formidable enemy. The weather. Summer storms roar up the North Sea, battering the already damaged galleons. To such religious men, it must feel like God himself has turned against Spain. But what happened next to the Trinidad Balancera is even more hellish.
She found herself in a sinking condition. A decision was made to run for the shore.
La Trinidad Balancera heads for the Irish coast, looking for a safe place to land.
She grounded some distance from the shore on a sandy bottom, but with her bow sitting on a reef.
Almost all the crew scrambles ashore unharmed.
They marched off, heading for the west coast of Ireland, where they hoped they might make contact with other Armada ships that would bring them home. Unfortunately for them, they were intercepted by a force of English soldiers.
What happens next is savage. The English start to execute their prisoners. Only a lucky few managed to run to the hills. Through drowning or execution, over 6,000 men die along these shores. La Trinidad Balancera is one of just 6 Armada wrecks found off the coast of Ireland. The rest, probably up to 20, have never been discovered. What began as a battle to crush the upstart English has changed the global balance of power.
The weakness of the Spanish Empire was its actual dependence on wealth. And when other powers began to rise, like the Dutch, like the English, like the French, then these powers had much greater economic depth. Spain loses its sources of wealth, and it's got nothing to fall back on.
Within 10 years, Spain is bankrupt. In Red Bay and beyond, cargo ships like the San Juan no longer hold the monopoly on New World trade routes. England, with its mastery of naval gunnery and its fast mobile warships, is now the rising force.
In the aftermath of the Armada, these new types of ships and tactics will dominate naval warfare for the next 2 centuries.
Within 20 years, England establishes its first successful colony in the Americas. English will become the dominant language in North America and much of the world beyond. And as England becomes Great Britain, ships controlled in London will dominate global trading routes. Britain will become the undisputed ruler of the waves, until she is finally eclipsed by her own colonies, the United States. A process all triggered by the fight for the riches of the Americas and the defeat of the Spanish Armada.
The Black Sea, home to lost tales of ancient mariners that only now are coming into full view.
It's like finding a dinosaur with feathers. And that's how rare it was.
What can a surprising shipwreck reveal about the men who ruled these waters for 1,000 years?
These ships were feeding and maintaining a whole empire.
And it helped turn the empire into one of the greatest ever known.
How does a glint of precious metal reveal a battle to decide the fate of two empires?
This event changed naval warfare all around the world.
And what does a lost U-boat say about Hitler's plans to build his own empire here? 3 mysteries, 3 expeditions, 1 sea of secrets.
The Black Sea is filled with mystery. There's always been warfare, strife, and battles taking place on or near the Black Sea, contesting for that territory. There are so many connections to be made, but there's so little evidence to go from.
Between Europe and Asia, 6 countries crowd around the shores of the Black Sea, with just one small outlet connecting it to the world's oceans. The vessels that plied these waters over 1,000 years ago have long been a mystery. Historians have only a handful of descriptions in ancient texts. Finding an actual shipwreck could change everything.
In 2007, I received an invitation to come and take part of an expedition to the Black Sea. And this was very exciting.
It's really been kind of unexplored. And so only a handful of expeditions have really done surveys looking for shipwrecks in these waters. The Black Sea is where I did my first 2 expeditions, and so it's where I started to learn the process of how we locate ancient shipwrecks.
Archaeologists have long suspected the Black Sea could be hiding a treasure trove of wrecks because of the unusual properties of its water.
Well, the Black Sea chemistry is unique because from about 600 feet all the way down to the very bottom of the Black Sea, there is literally no oxygen in the water in the so-called anoxic layer. Everywhere else, shipwrecks are not preserved, mostly because of a very nasty little sea worm. They eat everything, meaning ships, rope, all of the stuff that you would find on an ancient wooden ship. Usually gone everywhere else except the Black Sea.
No one had ever searched for shipwrecks in the deepest layers of the Black Sea until 2000.
The explorer Robert Ballard set out to explore the bottom of the Black Sea like it had never been done before.
Dr. Ballard is the world-renowned ocean explorer who found Titanic in 1985. On his very first expedition to the Black Sea, no one was ready for what he would find. Ballard's expedition found shipwrecks near a town called Sinope.
They found 3 Sinope shipwrecks right off the bat, A, B, and C. They were in an area of the Black Sea that only partially preserved shipwrecks. And it was only, like all archaeological excavations are, on the last day, at the last minute, that they decided to look in deeper anoxic waters, and that's when they found Sinope D. The team on the ship must have been quite confused. They were looking at multiple vertical timbers sticking out of the mud, one of them quite large. And all of a sudden, the realization must have dawned on them this is an ancient shipwreck. They saw structural features that had never before been seen intact on an ancient vessel, only in illustrations. Prior to this shipwreck, no other ships had been found in the anoxic layer, perfectly preserved. This meant that archaeologists, for the first time, could look at a shipwreck in its full dimensionality, and now there's nothing we have to guess at. Sinope D was an unprecedented find. It's like finding a dinosaur with feathers. That's how rare it was. But in 2000, all the team could do is look at what they were seeing on the seabed. They didn't know the date of the ship. It could have been an ancient Greek ship, it could have been Roman, it could have been built 200 years ago. They just didn't know. There was an obsession to go back.
How old was the ship? Where was it sailing to? Where was it coming from? A lot of these things were still a mystery.
When Dan and Mike join the 2007 expedition, they hope that new technology will bring new answers.
The 2007 expedition was specifically designed for us to spend a week really investigating this wreck in depth. In these waters that we're exploring, it's way too deep for scuba divers, so we need to use remotely operated vehicles to get down to those depths and get good, high-quality video of these sites.
We had a workhorse, state-of-the-art, remotely operated vehicle named Hercules that could help us explore the wreck in multiple ways and take high-definition video of the entire operation. So I remember this view approaching Sinope D for the first time in 2007 and just being blown away.
And here you have it, the well-preserved wooden shipwreck mast still standing.
About the only one we have. They're very rare.
And you've got a piece of rope still wrapped around the top, which is unheard of.
I saw the mast for the first time, and it was a magic moment for me. It was emotional.
Hercules allows the team to measure every inch of what's left on the sea floor. Before they can figure out the ship's purpose, they'll need to analyze the wreck's size, shape, and design.
What we find is a 45-foot-long ship. A single mast that probably carried a square sail. There's no evidence of decking in the middle of the wreck, so we can assume it's a cargo hold. And lucky for us, there's cargo still on board. Typically, when we stumble upon an ancient shipwreck, the first clue we look for is the cargo. Usually these clay jars called amphoras. Amphoras carried everything. They carried olive oil, they carried fish sauce, they carried wine.
These diagnostic amphoras that can help us put a date on the wreck and tell how old it is. Recovering an artifact from a shipwreck is not a simple process. They use a little sucker that the ROV would put on the amphora to pick it up without damaging it. So they would move it over to a net. Once we have artifacts in these nets, we get it on board as carefully as possible. Watching the ROV pilots handle these artifacts, put them carefully into these baskets, and then send them up to the surface is really nerve-wracking because we don't want them damaged.
The hope is that a close study of the clay jars will establish the age of the shipwreck.
An amphora holds a lot of information about the ancient world. Amphoras can be dated quite precisely because they're everywhere and they're very well studied. So the amphoras can be dated through their physical characteristics, normally the handles and the neck, but also what we call the foot, which is the bottom part. People can compare the new find with the already studied one and establish a quite precise date. So for Sinop, they're fairly small. They are mostly carrot-shaped, and some of them have grooves that go around the entire body of the amphora. And so those are quite distinctive characteristics that give a clear idea of the date when Sinop D was sailing on the Black Sea.
The amphora that we documented were dated to the 5th and 6th centuries AD. We have never before had a shipwreck that is 1,500 years old in its entirety, preserved on the seabed.
The dates mean Sinop D is sailing at the tail end of the Roman Empire. What can it reveal about a new power that's rising to take its place?
Now that we knew what the date of the ship was, it was exciting because Sinop D dates to this pivotal moment in world history.
By the 5th century, the once mighty Roman Empire is crumbling. Except in the east, which breaks away to create the Byzantine Empire. Its capital no longer Rome, but the great city of Constantinople. Modern-day Istanbul.
The choice of Constantinople as the capital is mostly because of a strategic position. It was located in between the two continents, Asia and Europe. It was by the sea, so it could easily transport goods and troops. And so Constantinople at the time of the Byzantine Empire became the largest city in the world and the most wealthy.
Constantinople's wealth depends on Black Sea ports like Sinop. And Sinop D may have played a pivotal role in Byzantine history.
Now we had some fundamental questions that we needed answers for. Among them, how does this ship connect to the history of the Byzantine Empire itself? How did it contribute to the growth of the empire?
One way to answer those questions is to investigate the ship itself.
The wreck was so enticing, but the ship is so deeply buried in sediment. It was giving up its mysteries with such great difficulty. We knew that we would have to start excavating the shipwreck. With Hercules, now we had the capability of removing silt in large volumes and exposing more of its timbers. Ah, yes. All the mud. Look at this Black Sea mud.
Yeah, it's really sticky and almost like jello the way it moves.
I remember just thinking, what a strange seabed. Never seen anything like that before. Removing the silt was a painstaking process. The upper layers, very easy to remove. But as we dug deeper into the mud, the more thick the mud became. And at that point, our work slowed way down. We managed to explore a little bit of some of the planking, but we were not able to dig as deep as we wanted to, unfortunately. We did not find anything that would give away how the ship was constructed. It was a disappointment.
The Black Sea's stubborn mud dashes the expedition's hopes. The secrets of Sinop D remain unknown. Then comes news of a stunning archaeological find, one that reignites the stalled investigation into Sinop D.
Since the discovery of Sinop D in 2000, what have we learned about shipbuilding?
We've been really fortunate to find this graveyard of shipwrecks in modern-day Istanbul, ancient Constantinople. The old harbor that served the city was buried in silt over the centuries, and as they were clearing it out to build a subway, they found 37 ancient shipwrecks. Lucky for us, the discoveries in this harbor, called Yenikapi, all date to the Byzantine period. And what you see at Yenikapi is an evolution of Black Sea shipbuilding techniques. Sinope D is right there in the 5th and 6th century, which is about the midpoint between those 37 wrecks that were found. Yenikapi provides all the evidence for the lower part of the ships because their upper works were not preserved. Sinope D provides almost a perfectly preserved example of the top to the middle.
Yeah.
So now we can bring those two together and get a full comprehensive picture for the first time. There was this earlier tradition in which shipwrights lock planks together, edge to edge, and then they peg them together so that they can't slide, they can't come apart. And then inserted the skeleton to help stiffen the hull. And then there's this later tradition that switched completely. It's where you build the frames or the ribs of the ship first, and then you plank it all around it to create the shell. Edge joinery is still being used, but it's not on the elaborate scale that we had in an earlier tradition. So the result is cheaper, faster ship construction. Fewer people needed in the shipyard, fewer trained people, fewer skilled people.
And probably less wood too.
Less wood, cheaper, faster.
Yeah.
Because of the dates suggested by those amphoras, we now know that Sinope D fits within this transition between those two ship construction techniques. So now we can piece together all this evidence to finally see what's under the mud and tell the full story of Sinope D's life. Sinope D is a cargo vessel, a merchant ship filled with amphoras. It was likely trading between the very prosperous port city of Sinope and the capital city itself, Constantinople. It might have even been heading to the same harbor where that earlier graveyard of shipwrecks was found at Yenikapi.
The ability to construct ships faster and cheaper is a game changer for the Byzantine Empire. And the secret can be seen in the Sinope D wreck.
With this cheaper way of building ships, a middle class emerges who's able to buy the ship, captain the ship, act as the merchant, and actually create their own wealth. So in this sense, the Sinope D shipwreck is a wealth creator. It's a type of economic engine for the middle class.
I don't think it's a coincidence that a new type of shipbuilding starts to arise at the same time that the Byzantine Empire begins to flourish. These trading ships, like Sinope D, were feeding and maintaining a whole empire. And this is the beginning of a long period of lucrative trading.
This was one of many ships that helped generate the extreme wealth of the empire. And it helped turn the empire into one of the greatest ever known.
Sinope continues to be a key port along the Black Sea, long after the fall of the Byzantines, and its waters conceal other secrets.
I have lived in Sinope all my life, and being underwater is my passion. The Black Sea is as its name suggests, the black, dark sea. In other seas, you see a dark shade of blue, but this blackness of the Black Sea is one worth seeing. The darkness really fascinates me.
Yeshar Taraksha has been finding relics in Sinop Harbor ever since he started diving as a boy. He's found ancient Roman and Byzantine artifacts and even old cannons. But one discovery proves to be the find of a lifetime.
In the early 1980s, because I was a professional diver, I was called by a local fisherman to rescue some snagged nets. During the dive, I couldn't see anything because of the mud. But using our hands, we realized the nets were covering an old ship.
The curious wreck consumes Yeshar for 40 years. What is this ship, and how did it end up on the seafloor?
I dived the wreck several times and could see it was made of wood. I knew I wasn't looking at a modern ship. It was well preserved and in shallow water. That meant it couldn't be ancient. That left open the possibility that this wreck could be something from the time of the Ottoman Empire.
During the 1300s, the Ottomans wrest control of the Black Sea from the Byzantines. And here they build an empire that lasts for 6 centuries, creating one of the largest and most feared navies in the world. However, there's almost no archaeological evidence of it.
There should be many shipwrecks in the Black Sea, but we don't have an Ottoman warship. We know so many things about the shipbuilding activities and traditions and conflicts in the Ottoman Empire, but we don't have an evidence to show people that, yes, we got the correct information, or no, the information was not correct. That's why shipwrecks are so important for every Ottoman naval historian.
One reason the empire's warships are missing today has to do with an Ottoman tradition of dismantling and recycling old vessels. Yeshar's find is a big surprise. He believes it's Ottoman. But is it? Dilara comes to Sinop to meet Yeshar. And to investigate the shipwreck he spent decades deciphering.
Dalışta yaptınız.
Evet.
Batıkları, yani
evet.
filonun batan gemilerinin yerlerini tespit
Aşağı yukarı onun üzerindeyiz. 37 metre derinlikte.
Onları görebilir miyim bilgisayarınızdan?
Here you can see the frames of the ship. They are made from oak. The beam is still stable in its original position. And you can see copper on the hull. Because the hull is surrounded by copper and rot-proof oak, it remained intact over time.
He said that the ship is covered by copper, which is really, really important for me. Why? Because this confirms the wreck is from the time of the Ottoman Empire.
Ottoman warships relied on copper sheathing, an innovation to protect wooden hulls, until the middle of the 19th century.
And now we have a physical evidence. It really gives a lot of richness to Ottoman naval history.
It's now clear that this is a rare Ottoman warship. So now, Yaşar wants to work out its name. Given its location, he thinks it may be a leftover from one of the most famous battles ever to take place in the Black Sea.
I learned about the Battle of Sinop from the oldest diver in Sinop when I was about 15 or 16. He told me about a shocking attack on Ottoman ships anchored in the harbor here. It killed nearly 3,000 people.
The Ottomans face a rival power, the Russian Empire. And on November 30th, 1853, in a bid for Black Sea supremacy, the Russian Navy smashes an Ottoman fleet here in Sinop. The date tallies with the age of Yaşar's find.
To figure out the identity of the wreck, I turned to historical sources created at the time of the battle. These sources included pictures and a very important chart made by the Russians. This Russian chart details the location of each ship they destroyed.
Şimdi Osmanlı gemileri şurada
Yarım ay,
yarım ay
şeklinde.
şeklinde, tam böyle bir yarım ay şeklinde savaş düzeninde ortada.
Russian sources suggest the attack on Sinop Harbor destroys 15 Ottoman vessels.
Böylece Osmanlı filosu korunması kalıyor diyebiliriz.
Ya buradaki sahneyi yabancı yazarlar bir cehennem olarak niteliyorlar.
On the Russian battle chart, I found one record that explained the location of the wreck I found. This is evidence it was a victim of the battle. What's unexpected is that the wreck is outside the harbor and not in line with most of the other ships that went down that day.
Yaşar examines a memoir written by a survivor of the attack. It helps explain the information on the Russian battle chart. Russian guns had crippled a vessel named the Nesimi Zafir, leaving it afloat but helpless.
Evet, Ruslar bunu zaferlerin anısına yola götürebilmek için yedekleyip çekmişler. Daha doğrusu Sinop'la Gerz arasında bir nokta. Ama top güverteleri çökmüş, alabandaları dağılmış, çok fazla su yakıyor. Nesimi Zafer götürmekten vazgeçiyorlar, olduğu yerde batmasına izin veriyorlar.
Bunun yerine mürettebattan 100 kişiden fazla askeri esir aldılar ve gemiyi batmaya terk ettiler.
The story of Yaşar's find now comes into focus. Because the Nesimi Zafir sank outside the harbor, the Ottomans never tried to salvage it. and the wreck remains untouched for more than 130 years.
Ruslar nereye çekmiş? Nerede 2 gün
We
daha?
found the Nesimi Zafir thanks to fishermen's nets that landed on it. We couldn't have found it otherwise, since it was 120 feet underwater.
The Black Sea keeps a tight grip on its secrets. But 300 miles west of Sinop, a 14-year-long quest casts light on a secret Nazi plan for world domination.
People come to me to ask my help to find shipwrecks or identify them. I love the challenge of finding a wreck that's been lost to time, revealing something new about our history. One of my most challenging missions was back in 2006. I was asked to help find a World War II German submarine, the U-23. Incredibly, the person who contacted me was the commander himself, Rudolf Arendt, who was 83 years old. I found this very interesting, one of the most fascinating stories of the submarine warfare. I was lucky that I had the first-hand account of the whole story of U-23 from the horse's mouth. I was determined to find his U-boat and discover exactly what happened to it.
Rudolf Arendt takes Selçuk to the U-23's last known location. He remembers that the sub sank off the Black Sea coast of Ava, 60 miles east of Istanbul. Rudolf came to the Black Sea as part of Hitler's desperate war with the Soviet Union.
Winter 41 hatte die Wehrmacht ungeheure Verluste in Russland. Dann musste der Angriff eingestellt werden und sollte 1942 weitergeführt werden. Und deswegen war eben Hitlers Befehl, 1942 müssen U-Boote ins Schwarze Meer, eben um die russische Flotte in ihren Häfen zu halten. Und das hat ja Gott sei Dank auch funktioniert. Aber das Ganze war natürlich viel zu spät im Kriegsverlauf.
By 1944, Germany is losing to the Allies. To stop U-boats from falling into enemy hands, Hitler's admirals issue a dramatic order, telling commanders like Rudolf to sink their own vessels. At the time, he is only 21.
Schlimmer Moment für einen Kommandanten, der sein Boot versenken musste. Denn man hatte, ob man das nun wollte oder nicht, ein sehr inniges Verhältnis zu seinem Boot entwickelt. Denn das Boot war eigentlich für uns die Lebensversicherung. Solange das Boot funktionierte, lebten wir.
Und dann so hinten der runde Strand.
Ja.
Rudolf's memories provide Selçuk with crucial evidence.
When Rudolf Arendt got the order to scuttle his boat, he found a suitable bay and left 25 of his people there. He had told me that after dropping his crew, he took out the submarine north, placed explosives, then go onto a small inflatable raft and rowed back to his people.
The problem is, Rudolf doesn't remember exactly where he scuttled his U-boat, but he does have one invaluable memento.
I was lucky that Rudolf Arendt had made a very nice sketch of the bay seen from his submarine when he was dropping his crew.
Ich habe das aufgezeichnet, eine Erinnerung zu verdeutlichen an die Stelle, wo wir an Land gegangen waren. Und da habe ich dann die Idee gefasst, zeichne doch mal auf, was du damals gesehen hast in der dunklen Nacht und was also möglicherweise heute noch als Anhaltspunkt gelten kann.
We went from bay to bay and eventually found one matching the sketch. If this was the landing point, then we now needed to head north in the same direction Rudolf sailed the U-23 before scuttling.
Selçuk looks for the submarine with a side-scan sonar capable of mapping large areas of the seabed.
We searched all this area north of this bay, but we couldn't find anything. We couldn't find the wreck.
The 2006 survey ends with the final resting place of Rudolf's U-boat still a mystery.
But I assured him that I would be carrying on with the search after he went back home. After 2006, I was there several times, but I never found anything. Years later, I applied to the Navy to look for it with their much more sophisticated sonars. And in 2019, they called me to say that they had found something with their multi-beam sonar in that area where they have been looking for the U-23.
The anomaly found by the Turkish Navy's survey is a huge break in the now nearly 14-year-long hunt for U-23. An ROV descends into the Black Sea for a closer look. Could this finally be Rudolf's missing U-boat?
The wreck has a list of 90 degrees, so it's practically lying on her starboard side. The two periscopes. And then 3 torpedo tubes at the bow. It's a very distinctive shape. Definitely a submarine. And no other submarine in history was ever lost in that area. There's no doubt. Through the dimensions, this is the U-23.
Selçuk concludes the wreck is a class of U-boat called a Type 2B. A smaller model than typical Nazi U-boats, they offered a solution to a major obstacle of the Black Sea attack plan.
Throughout World War II, Turkey, protecting her neutrality, cut off all passage of warships to and from the Black Sea.
Because they can't sail in, Hitler orders that 6 of the smaller type U-boats be dismantled and transported overland from Germany, 2,000 miles, via road and river to the Black Sea. None of the 6 U-boats, however, will ever make it back home. Questions now turn to what state the U-23 is in, 75 years after it went down.
Guten Tag, Herr Arendt. Es ist so...
14 Jahren sehen wir uns wieder.
Ja, genau.
Selçuk shares the news with Rudolf, who's now 96 years old.
Jetzt haben Sie das Boot gefunden.
Ja, und übermorgen werde ich persönlich das Boot tauchen.
Sehr gut.
Und genau untersuchen.
Ja.
Insbesondere die Stellen, wo Sie von innen die Sprengstoffe hingestellt haben.
Die Sprengpatronen haben wir vorne bei den Torpedorohren und die andere kam in den Seerohrschacht und die dritte ganz hinten auf der Munitionskiste. Die Sprengpatronen, das dauert 7 Minuten, bis sie zünden. In diesen 7 Minuten mussten die das Boot verlassen haben und sehen, dass wir von dem Boot etwas wegpaddeln. Ja. Deswegen waren wir sehr dicht dran, als das dann explodierte da hinten. Ja. Es gab eine riesige Explosion im Heck des Bootes.
Despite setting 3 charges, Rudolf only recalls seeing 1 explosion.
Ich würde mich freuen, wenn ich dann irgendwann noch mal wieder Bilder bekomme von dem Boot.
Das mache ich ganz bestimmt.
Schön, Herr Kolay. Dann wünsche ich Ihnen alles Gute. Viel Erfolg beim Tauchen.
Vielen Dank.
Selçuk plans to dive the length of the wreck, looking for clues to confirm which of the 3 explosive charges sank the submarine.
We will swim all along the submarine, and then I would like to find where Rudolf Arendt told me he had to put the explosives.
There's no outward sign of damage on the front of the sub, or near the periscope. As Selçuk moves toward the stern.
There's an opening of about 2 feet by 2 feet, with the steel sheets bent out. This confirms to me that this is the only explosion out of the 3 that succeeded in sinking the U-23. Having researched the ship for more than 14 years meant a lot to me when I saw the wreck and that it was the U-23. It was an emotional moment for me. Of course, this all will mean a lot more to Rudolf than it means to all of us.
The Black Sea has only just begun to give up its secrets. Many more lie hidden in its inky waters, waiting to be discovered.